All right, guys. Oh, all right, we are awake today. What's up, twin? This is not vodka or anything, by the way. This is just bottled water. Okay, just to clarify, this is water. For whatever reason, they put it in a, you know, this is water 100%. You know, I'm a lightweight when it comes to the other stuff. This is water. Okay, just to clarify, water. All right. Completely bottled water. If it wasn't, I wouldn't be able to do what I just did. Definitely bottled water. Palantir to 15. Kathy Wood just dropped $44 million in the stock last night. Hey, that's great. That's great. I hope Kathy Wood just dropped $44 million. I hope it succeeds for you guys. Today we have PPI inflation data today. So that's a pretty big day. It should be good. Yeah, bulls are up. Looks nice. Some music rolling in the background if we can. Oh, man. All right, I'm up. Yeah, the Bank of England rate decision in 45 minutes. All right, guys. So yeah, we have PPI inflation data this morning. Let me pull my Discord up. Apple up to 173. Good morning, fellas. What's up, Daily Grind? What's up, man? Good morning, Beach Trading, Ricky, DS, Type, Paulo, Mark, Raul, Ernestus. All we do is Twin, Melissa, Game, Colin. What's up, team? What's up, Poss? All right, guys. Yeah, today we have PPI inflation data. If you don't know what that is, if you don't know what that is, it is the producer price index. It's the other side of the inflationary coin. All right, so we're going to put this number up on screen. Expectations for PPI. We do have the Bank of England rate decision in about 45 minutes. PPI drops. Expectations are for 0.3% month over month. We'll put this number up on screen so you can kind of see what's going on with all this stuff. But yeah, the PPI data stands for the Producer Price Index. It's inflation for producers or sellers. It's judging how much prices have gone up for them in these periods. I have no idea whether we should buy or sell. Yeah, we'll see if the market runs up. Again, PPI inflation data, important data for sure. We're going to do a poll. What does PPI data come in as? 0.4%. As expected. Over 0.4%. Worse than expected. Under 0.4%. Better than expected. Vote on the poll. We got the poll live as well right now. Vote, hit the like button. We appreciate it. What do you think of Disney earnings? I think Disney might be an interesting dip buy. I took a small position yesterday. I might add a little bit to it this morning. But we're down a little bit. It's not a huge loss. Like I said, we'll probably add to it and then just keep it as a long-term trade. I tend to like Disney when it drops down to $90 or so. There's no guarantee, of course, it's going to stay there, but I tend to like it when it dips down. Bought up a little bit of PayPal as well. Green in PayPal right now. Hey, what's up, Leslie? Good morning. Yeah, I don't know, Hulk. Nobody knows whether the market's going to go down. Anybody that claims to is probably lying to you, man. So I wouldn't, here's some advice, man. When you join stock market communities, I would not look at them with the expectation that they are going to. I wouldn't look at them with the expectation that they are going to tell you what the market's going to do. Nobody knows what anything's going to do. Nobody knows what the market's going to do here, brother. Nobody does. I certainly don't. All we can do is guess. And so coming here and asking everybody what they think the market's going to do, like what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen if you do that. All right. Like, let me explain to you what's going to happen if you do that. Okay. What's going to happen is that you're going to ask people and you're going to ask randoms. Like, you're going to ask young kids, you're going to ask people trying to sell you courses, you're going to ask all these people. And for whatever reason, they got a 50-50 chance of being right. They have a 50-50 chance of being right. So, like, even if they don't know what they're talking about, if you ask them, hey, what's the market going to do? And then the market goes up and they said it would go up, then you're going to look at them like they're experts and just kind of hang on everything they say. And they might be wildly wrong about everything else. Because again, there's a huge luck factor here. Nobody knows what the market is going to do. Nobody does. Nobody knows what the numbers are going to be. Even if they did, nobody knows how the market is going to react. PPI especially sometimes, numbers can come in much lower than expected. The market tanks, which is the opposite of what it should do. And so you never know always make your own assessment. Try not to gamble on what the outcome will be and just react to it. That's what I try to do. Good luck, you know. All right, guys. So yeah, we'll see if the market gives us anything good right now. Hey, thanks, David. Yeah, hey, I don't copy me, bro. I don't want anybody to copy me. You know how I go. Don't copy me. All right. Sorry, out here saving clips. There we go. All right, guys. So we had Unity drop their numbers here. Yeah, we'll see if Disney holds. Again, I don't mind. Like, again, I don't want people to copy me on the Disney trade because the trade I'm taking is a very specific trade. Like, okay, you got to understand. All right. Like, I'm willing to let my money get tied up in Disney for a year plus if I absolutely need to. And so for me on Disney, I'm able to buy it and then just sit if I need to. You know? And so what that means is that I'm able to tie my money up. I don't need to exit or liquidate in a month from now. You know, so like what I can do is I can add to this and then I can just kind of sit on it, you know? Um, and I think that's very useful to do, you know? But other people might not have the ability to do that and tie their buying power up so long, you know? I still believe this, you know, real estate tip. If you can't afford a home, try to talk random people into giving you their home. With multiple homes, you can now afford a mortgage. You're welcome. Creative finance, you know. Uh, bunch of freaking crazy people, dude, trying to give out real estate advice. Yeah, I heard about that, Mo. That's a good idea, man. I hope they do it. Hey, I hope we do, man. Yeah, I'm not giving away my sources for where I check it. Yeah, Robinhood 24-hour trading. I mean, I think that's the right move for them. This girl on YouTube, or this girl on Twitter said, "As a man, why are your calves smaller than mine?" I mean, I think there's an obvious answer to that. I really do. My calves are larger than hers, number one. Okay, so I got the top 3 calves in the world right now. But I think there's a biological reason for that. Okay, the reason is that women have to carry children, right? They have to hold children up, and so historically, they probably eventually started to influence their genetics to be able to hold children, be able to carry children, right? That's probably why their calves are larger. I mean, that might have more to do with like their hamstrings and stuff, but like that's plausible. I think that makes sense. Maybe I'm wrong there. I'm just kind of speculating on it. Maybe I'm wrong, but what do you guys think? Yeah, I mean, they should have done it a long time ago. Honestly, 100%. They should have done it. I drive an SUV. I'll be using a daily trend line. If it breaks, I have a soft spot. We'll see how today plays out. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've used it so much. Love it, David. Great one. Yeah, but wouldn't it make sense that their calves are bigger because Yeah, jobless claims come out today as well. Dollar index has increased. Yeah, I'm sure the dollar index is going to go up as the market goes down, but the dollar index should go down right now because the market is moving up. No? Oh wow, so the dollar index is moving up with the market, which is strange here. It's abnormal for sure. We'll see if it continues. You know, I'm not saying I don't want it to, but hey, larger caps on average to support. Yeah, that makes sense too. That's what I'm saying. I'm sure it's genetically influenced. So now there's Airbnb rooms, which is, does that mean you can rent one room? But how awkward is that, dude? Rent one room, dude? It's like, hey, excuse me, you know? Good morning, Pawn. PPI. Yeah, so again, PPI 0.4%, which is honestly, or 0.3% for PPI, which is the other side of the inflationary coin. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to pause and not talk for a little bit in the morning. I'm looking at news is what I'm doing. Bro, this apparently the 15-year-old trader PB investing has been exposed. Bro, if anybody actually thought he was really trading or some real stock market guru, they deserve to lose their money. Okay? Like anybody that truly like it's so hard for me not to just kind of like I'm gonna pull back a little bit. But think about it. Do y'all really think there's a 15-year-old stock market expert making $40,000 a month trading? Of course not. Like, this kid's 15. He has no idea what he's talking about. Like, he's just out there because he sees people getting attention on social media and he wants attention. That's all he's doing. Like, this guy is not actually trading. Like, it's so obvious. Anybody should be able to see it. Like, I get it. Confirmation bias plays a huge factor in humans, I guess. But, like, be smart. All right, guys. So again, does anybody actually believe the little 15-year-old investor guy? What's the other the 15-year-old? I haven't had any real jobs. But I have had one-on-one phone calls with Grant Cardone. Who's that kid? Is it Caleb? Is his name? Bro, y'all want to know who gets sold on things? Who buys timeshares? Who gets sold on crappy real estate? That's who, you know. Hey, what's up, Eat Pips? I use a lot of different sources, man. Yeah, but I guess the real question, number one, and Kazi says it depends on who you're letting in, referencing the 1-bedroom renting option for Airbnb. Okay, maybe a genuine question here, okay? Number one is I'm going to ask you this. Did you make $3,000 in 1 month or did you make $3,000 every month? And there's a huge difference there. You know, again, I talked to some guy trading yesterday. He's like, yeah, I make $5K a month. And I asked him, I was like, well, do you make $5K a month or did you make $5K 1 month? You know, there's a huge difference. And I think traders tend to, you know, embellish a little bit. And that's all good. Maybe I'm not saying you're not. You know, I'm not saying you're not telling the truth. I mean, like, it's all good here. But I couldn't imagine you would make $3K a month renting out one room in a house. You know, if that's the case, bro, I got a bunch of rooms in my house I don't use. You know, $3K a month. I mean, you know, but I seriously doubt I'd be able to do that. All right, guys. So yeah, we got a PPI inflation data today. It's honestly a huge day. Hut 8 money. Did Mara drop their numbers yet? Did Mara come out? Mara's not out. Wasn't Mara dropping theirs this morning? It drops at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time, which is, I'll put a timer up here so you guys can see it. So it is now 6:40 roughly market time. So it drops in about an hour and 52 minutes. What? There we go. Here's the timer for PPI. Tesla up today, SPY up, dollar index moving up too. Hey, nice weed, Pips. Wasn't Mara supposed to drop their numbers? We also have the European rate hike decision coming out this morning too. Oh man, PPI's at my lunchtime away on PC. Yeah, it's at 8:30, so it's about hour and a half, 2 hours. Yeah, Bank of England rate hike decision in 22 minutes. Yeah, we're going to cover that for sure. Again, Bank of England is expecting to rate hike 25 basis points for May. The MPC meeting minutes comes out too. Oh, nice. Yeah, somebody said I've seen the debt limit stuff. They always raise it, but they always kind of cause people to be scared ahead of it. So we'll see what happens. All right, guys. So yeah, hit the subscribe button here, team. Hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. Let's keep the growth up. Do me a favor, bump those like numbers up and vote on the poll. We're also going to do a Twitter poll pretty soon here in a second as well. All right, guys. So Deutsche CEO says they are present to present a new strategy in autumn this year. Ben Affleck getting mad at Jennifer Lopez here. I got to watch this. Again, the drama. I got to, hold on. Yeah, but the whole title of the post is you can have it all and still be miserable. I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, I think you can be miserable, but money certainly helps you not be. It depends on your work-life balance. So that's really what it depends on. Like, you could have a ton of money, but if you're working nonstop and you never get to rest and you never get to spend time with your friends and family and you never get to do anything that you enjoy, of course you're going to be miserable. Unless you enjoy work, which I kind of do. I like streaming, But work-life balance is super important. You know what I mean? Like, you got to have a balance here. So yeah, they're saying Chat GPT is going to they say Chat GPT is going to revolutionize the finance industry. They say the algorithms, but we haven't tested the algorithms though. All right. All right, guys. So, yeah, PPI data. What do you guys expect it to come in as? I'm gonna look at the poll numbers here. We got the poll numbers. 0.4% as expected has most of the votes at 47%. Over 0.4% worse than expected. 29%, under 0.4%, better than expected, 24%. So most people think we're going to come in as expected for PPI inflation data. Do you guys think that's accurate? Do you think that's what we're going to show today? Do you think we're going to come in better than expected today? Again, I don't know. I don't know. I know PPI data is pretty big release here. It's a pretty big, important release. So, no. So, we'll see if we get something good, but pretty big release. All right, guys. So again, let's see what we get today, guys. I'm super interested to see what the market does today. Again, 0.3% I think is an understandable expectation. If we look at what we showed up last time, we showed up for PPI last time at minus 0.5%. So minus 0.5% is what we came in last time, which was a big miss. But I think if I remember correctly, the market didn't respond like we thought it would. Again, PPI was down relative to last time. The last base yearly PPI was 2.7%. This time we're expecting 2.4%. So we are thinking about a little bit of a dip here. So on a month-to-month basis, last PPI report was minus 0.5%. This time we're expecting 0.3%. So we're not expecting a decrease in PPI. We're expecting an increase there month over month. For base yearly PPI, we are expecting a decrease, though, from 2.7 to 2.4%. Core PPI is another pretty relevant one. It's expected at 0.2%. Last time was minus 0.1%. And core PPI on the year was 3.3% expectation this month, with last time at 3.4% showing. And again, we'll see if we have anything else that looks good. But did my headphones just die, bro? Damn, dude. My headphones died. Swap these out. Apparently there was some type of political town hall meeting. I don't pay attention to any of that stuff. I really don't, man. I think some people tune in because they think I swing one way. You know what I mean? Like, I really genuinely do not pay attention to any of that stuff. And I know I might be an outlier there, but I really don't pay attention to any of that stuff here. Penn State University showed an audited U.S. inflation rate, which shows data with almost no inflation, even a risk to deflation. Meanwhile, China has officially no inflation now. Hey, that's great if we do. How does PPI affect US 30, negative or positive? Same way CPI does. So CPI is gonna, but it's not exact. PPI, I would say, is a little bit more fluctuating in terms of reactions, right? So like the last PPI, we came in wildly below expectations, like wildly under expectations. So way better data. And we came in way better data, and the market went down. So we don't really know what the market's going to do. We don't really know. Yeah, I just made a Twitter post. And again, I'm going to say it again. If anybody really believes the little 15-year-old stock market expert, I've got some timeshares to sell you. Like, think about it. deviation. Well, under 0.4% result in a bullish sentiment. So it's under 0.3%. So 3% is what's expected month over month. So 0.3% is what to watch. Also, y'all do me a favor. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell. All right, guys. Hey, Tesla down at 169.50s. Dollar index at 101.80s. Yeah, outcome could be any. I'd love to hear the 15-year-old do the opposite. Yeah, I mean, people are just gullible, man. People, like, it's confirmation bias to the fullest. And it's like, people just really want to believe it, I guess. Like, the reality of it is no 15-year-old is going to be a stock market expert. And, like, what happens here, guys? Like, this is what happens, all right? And I want you guys to really listen to what I'm about to say, all right? Like, this is how it goes, okay? This is truly how it goes, all right? But what happens is that, like, you get this little 15-year-old, bro. And this little 15-year-old, I promise you this is what happens. Okay? You got this little 15-year-old. And this 15-year-old wants to make a splash. He wants to make a name for himself. Right? So, and I think his dad is like some trader. Right? And so the 15-year-old wants to make a splash. So the 15-year-old starts saying, hey guys, like I'm making $15,000 a week, you know, doing this. So apparently the kid's making $60,000 a month. Right? And he starts telling everybody that that's how much he makes. And the more hate that he gets, the more people that watch it, the more people that hate on him for it. And understandable, because it's he might have made 60K in 1 month, but he's not making that every month, and that's an obvious thing. And the more people that hate on him, the more he wants to prove people wrong. And so the more and more and more he fudges his numbers to accompany the expert designation he's given himself, right? And the more he does that, the more comfortable he gets at faking it, and as time goes on, he just starts to pretend to be just the greatest trader ever. He starts to build a following that's all watching at him really closely, and that causes him to fudge his losses and kind of never mention his losses, only mention his wins, you know, maybe trading a paper account. I don't know, but that's probably what's going on. And again, some people eat it up hook, line, and sinker. They just eat that up. You know, they want to believe. And mostly young kids are the ones that are eating that up. Like if you're a 17 or a 16-year-old kid and you see that, for a lot of them, you're going to be like, wow, there's other kids doing this. I can do this too, right? Confirmation bias incredibly strong. Young kids and teenagers are not the smartest group of people in terms of gullibility, right? Like young kids, you know, listen, I can talk my kids into anything, you know. I don't because I'm their dad and I love them and I'm not going to do that. Like, I'm not going to talk them into things, but unless it's to like watch a movie, you know. But the point, I guess, is teenagers are gullible, man, you know. And so other teenagers watching that kid are eating it up hook, line, and sinker, man. They are loving it, you know. Yeah. All right, guys, we got about an hour and a half here, hour and a half until market opens, or until the PPI inflation data. We also have jobless claims numbers today, guys. We got jobless claims numbers too. And today's a big day as well. PPI is not a small day. Y'all hit the like button. Let's try to hit 100 likes before 7 a.m. Let's try to hit 100 likes before 7 a.m. We did buy, we bought a little bit of Disney, not a ton. We bought a little bit of PayPal when we're green on that one too. And so we're just going to let these ride today, see what happens. Where's the little... All right, guys, PPI jobless claims today. Again, inflation data. The other side of the inflationary coin. A lot of people don't realize we get CPI, and then on the other side of that, we get PPI. Very important stuff. Very relevant data. All right, guys. Again, Tesla at 169.50s, 169.50s. The SPY at 413.80s, 413.80s. All right, guys. Again, Tesla at 169.50s here. The SPY at 413.80s. Dollar index at 101.89s. Again, I did buy PayPal. I am in a little bit of Disney. And again, we'll see what happens. I'm not going to push too heavy in all this. Again, hit the like button. We need 30 likes too. We got 250 people here. Before 7, hit the like button, guys. I would never pressure you, but if you don't, I'll hate you forever. Do it now. Yeah, we got the Fed minutes report May 24th. We're going to cover that, of course. My thoughts are if you don't like something, don't watch it. Honestly, I absolutely agree. I don't watch any of these guys, but I also feel like it's my duty. I feel like I have a fiduciary duty to look out in my user's best interest, you know? And so with that, I got to kind of bring attention to it so people don't get taken advantage of. It's my job. You know, that's what we do. Well, because if I don't do that, why else am I running this channel? People act like I'm just being a hater or whatever, but like, if I don't do that, why am I running this channel? You know, I mean, I guess to make money, of course, but like the other reason is to protect people in that way. So, yeah, so apparently the town hall thing had a lot of people watching it. I didn't watch a minute of it, to be honest, dude. Jim Cramer says he knows how to solve America's spiraling banking crisis. Do not put Jim Cramer in charge of this. Do not do it. Hey, what's up? What's up, Mo? TD, hey, what's up, man? Downgrade, SQ downgraded by CLSA to buy, or from buy to underperform. Yeah, so PPI inflation data, guys. Bro, we're the only one out here streaming PPI data today. We're the only ones, guys. We're the early stream. Is this where everybody comes in the morning before they move on to everything else? I've had a few people tell me that. They're like, yo, I'll watch you every morning. Then we watch somebody else at the open, and that's all right, I guess. But hey. Today's the 11th. All right, guys. Dude, so has Matt Kors been like ostracized because he doesn't like AMC or something now? Is that what happened? Uh, I had somebody tell me I should hold Matt Kors' hand the other day. You're like the sports announcer for the Spy and the AM. Hey, coming soon. Top 3 in the world right now. How low you see Disney going? I'm not sure, but I bought up a couple shares of Disney, and I'm just kind of sitting on it. I also bought PayPal as well. What's up, bro? I'd be in the background listening to you. I don't comment much, but I was wondering, usually you, the top 3 greatest trader in the world, have 1,500 people by the time them numbers drop. Where are everyone? Well, I mean, you got to understand right now, dude, it is 7 o'clock in the morning right now. We usually don't have 1,500 people here, brother. You know, like, to put it into perspective, we get, okay, so today we'll probably at least have a couple thousand here at 8:30 in the morning. So at 8:30, we'll probably at least have a couple thousand here. But before 8 o'clock, it's kind of slow in here, of course, you know. And so, like, again, we're the early show right now. So it is 7 o'clock in the morning. So we still got 300 people here at 7 a.m. We're not doing that bad, but we're gonna have much more later on. So just stick around. You'll see if you want. Yeah, exactly. Shadow. Hey, I appreciate everybody, all the lurkers. You call them lurkers, the people who watch the stream. But I know it's a lot of them too. The people who watch the stream, but you don't ever say anything. That's okay. Listen, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate y'all more than anything, because, you know, some people, we got some genuinely supportive people here, but some people just kind of try to poke and start stuff. And so I appreciate the people who don't try to start stuff with me and just kind of watch the stream. Hey, I appreciate you guys. Hit the like button if you can. Hey, what's up, Larry? I'm in. Callie and I work graveyard. You help my time go by fast, man, and I'm learning a lot. Thanks. Hey, all good, brother. Thank you, man. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we call them lurkers. They're lurking in here. They don't ever comment, but they watch the stream every day. Hey, we appreciate it. Like I said, I really do. Honestly, at this point in time, I can't freaking sleep in if I want to. Like, 19-year-old John would be freaking super surprised if he met John today, because I can't sleep in if my life depended on it. Like, dude, I try to sleep in every morning. On Saturday, I don't have anything to do ever. I can kind of sleep in, bro. I'm up at the crack of dawn every freaking day now. My sleep schedule will not let me sleep in. I can't sleep in if I want to. You know, I don't have anything to do. I'm up by like 6 a.m. every morning, no matter what now at this point in time. I've been getting up because I'm in Texas. And so right now it's 6 a.m. So I get up at like 4:30 Texas time. So if I sleep in an hour and a half past that, my natural alarm clock's like, yo, you got to get up, you know? So we're up. Hey, what's up, Nicole? Yeah, lurkers. That's right. NHL playoffs? No, I didn't watch those. Listen, I played ice hockey as a kid. I'm from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. So as a kid, we had this, I don't know what it was called in hockey, but we had it was like their version of AAA hockey. It was called the Baton Rouge Kingfish. I played the Pee Wee Kingfish. I was terrible, but I played ice hockey as a kid. Never really watched the sport that much, but I played as a kid. Yeah, I'm up at 5. I can't sleep. If I don't get an hour after that, I feel rough, you know. Hey, man, just starting out, do you recommend for me trading Forex or stocks? I mean, it's preference, you know. It's a subjective answer. You know, it's going to depend on you, man. You know, what you prefer and what you do better on is going to be very subjective relative to, you know, anybody else. So Forex, I'll give you the pros and cons, though. Stocks, much more restrictive. Much more liquidity in stocks, much more consolidated volume of time, right? So with stocks, you know when they're going to move, right? Stocks are going to move at 9:30 at the opening bell. If they have earnings, they're going to move during their earnings call, if you know, all that stuff. So more consolidated volume of time movement with stocks. But ultimately, more restrictions. Stocks are better for the experienced trader over the new trader, because new traders are going to be wildly restricted by stocks. You're not going to be able to day trade, or if you have less than 25K. If you have a cash account, you don't get instant settlement, and so you're going to have to wait 2 days for your funds to settle after each trade. Stocks are just harder to trade for new traders, but it is kind of important that you learn to trade stocks. The only outlier to those answers is investing. Like if you're investing, let me put it this way: all of what I just said is true, except for investing. Investing, the single biggest edge you'll ever get in the markets in general, including Forex, including futures. The single biggest edge you'll ever get is long-term value investing. And don't let anybody tell you it's not. Okay, you'll have a lot of people trying to sell you on stuff that act like other things have a bigger edge. No, listen. The single most guaranteed edge of any market is long-term value investing into blue chip companies. So you diversify into blue chips, maybe buy the S&P 500, buy the SPY or whatever, and you sit for years and you make your dividends from the SPY. You make your dividends from the dividend stocks, and you just sit, right? In that regard, it is historically going to give you at least 5 to 12% a year. Not every year. Sometimes you're going to have crashes in between, but that 5 to 12% number includes the times where it crashes, right? So what does that mean? That means that on good years, the SPY is going to go up over that. The SPY is going to go up 20% sometimes, 25%. And so the single biggest edge you'll ever have is investing in blue chip companies. Penny stocks, do not invest in them. Mid caps are incredibly risky, high risk, high reward, but a lot of them are going to fail. But blue chips, and again, the way I always do it is just well-known companies, like well-known companies that have been around for a long time. Those are the companies that I'm more willing to buy up and hold. But anyways, back to what we were saying. So that's what you do with stocks, is you invest. You could day trade stocks. If you're going to day trade, go to futures, go to Forex, less restriction, easier way to, less red tape, essentially, in those markets. And of course, I'm sponsored by Top Step. I don't need to plug the link. If you want to check it out, link is in the description. But yeah, if you're going to day trade, go to futures, go to Forex. Forex is okay. The problem with Forex is that there's red tape there as well. Like you got to use a VPN a lot of places, and it's just hard to do. If I was going to do it short term, I would learn futures trading first, because futures is actually where most pro short term traders, they trade futures. What do you think about Microsoft? Microsoft's a little bit too high for me lately. Like it's just up too much. Like Microsoft up to over 310s. It's a pretty big move short term. I'm not buying it up right now. It's just too up. But you got to understand the way I actually trade. The way I trade is like I'm a bottom feeding dip buyer. So I look for stocks that are healthy, that I consider healthy, like Disney or Google or PayPal or whatever. PayPal might have some risk though. But I look for stocks that I think are healthy, and I just wait for them to pull back drastically on all charts, like daily chart, intraday chart. I look for big pullbacks in emotion. And then I usually come around and I scoop up some shares at a really cheap price, and then I'll just sit on it and wait for it to come back, because I'm using the long-term edge in my favor. Most of the time, I don't have to wait long-term. A lot of the time, I'll take profit within a week or two. But sometimes I'll need to hold longer, and that's okay. JD's a mid-cap. So it's, or maybe it's not. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, JD's all right. It's not a company that I know super well, and so I'm not personally going to be putting money into it because I just don't know it super well. Daily chart's pretty flat relative to the rest of the market. Long-term chart's okay, but it's been on a downward trend essentially since 2021. And so if there were some questions there in terms of should I invest in it, it's been on a downtrend for years now. 3 years to be exact. In 2021, it was at 107s. It's now at $35. It's lost a lot of value. It's lost 75% of its value in 3 years. So I mean, there's some risk there for sure. And again, this might be considered a mid cap. I don't know, but just be careful. Is ARK in mid-cap territory? Hey, what's up, Chris? Is ARK in mid-cap territory? Mid-cap just means like mid-sized companies. We got into the talk yesterday about it, like to understand what I'm talking about. I'm talking about market caps. Market cap is the real judge of size of a company. You know, like we had somebody yesterday that was like, "Oh, well, Tesla is $170 and Ford is $11. That's a problem." You know, and I kind of explained to him, well, Ford can do that because Ford has way more shares that are out there. And again, you got to understand market cap. Like Chipotle, for instance, $2,000 stock. Apple, $170 stock. Is Apple worth, you know, over 10x less than Chipotle? Of course not. You know, Apple is far more valuable as a company than Chipotle. The reason Apple can only be $170 a share is because there's so many more shares out there for Apple that the company's still much larger than Chipotle. Chipotle's got like 40 million in shares floating around out there in the float. Apple has billions of shares. And so, you know, you can't just look at price when you're calculating market cap. That's what you want to look at as market cap, is what I mean. And again, when we look at JD.com, a mid cap is generally between $2 and $10 billion. You know, so small and mid caps just cause people to lose money, I think. But JD.com in that situation is got a market cap of 55 billion. So yeah, JD would be considered a large cap. I just don't know it super well, so I can't say whether it's good or not. I know they drop earnings today. Market's starting to turn a little bit here, though. Look at the market. All right, guys. So, yeah, SPY pulling back a little bit. Tesla dipping down some, too. We're looking at Apple. So inflation came in at 4.9%. So Matt Berkey apparently I don't know what ARC is. You just have to go check. Bank of England raised interest rates. So yeah, Bank of England dropped their interest rate hike, which was 25 basis points. I'm assuming, right? Like generally, they're going to be as expected here. So Bank of England, yeah, they did a 25 basis point rate hike. So again, not surprising. I mean, that's everybody kind of understood that that's what they were going to do. They expected 4.5. They did 4.5, 25 basis point rate hike from 4.25 to 4.5. They're doing their minutes meeting now, I guess. But yeah, not a surprise, not a shock, you know. $25 basis points. I put 0.4 where in the bottom of the screen. Yeah, it's actually 0.3 is what they're expected. Yeah. I didn't put 0.4, I put 0.3. Thoughts on AMD 5-day run? Could total today be a pullback? Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be buying it on a big run like that. It could pull back some. I don't know. Yeah, so Bank of England raises rates 25 basis points. Again, not a shock. The way I look at quarter one earnings for JD, its first earning call since open. And Christmas also plays role in first quarter earnings, so I believe it will beat earnings. It's back at bottom of 2-year low. Maybe. Oh, in poll, I put 0.4. Oh, my bad, guys. Oh, you're right. I did put 0.4. Oh, it's all good. I mean, I could end the poll and start it over, but it's all good. All right, so Tesla bounced back a little bit, dipped down to under 169 at 168.70, bounced back a little bit. SPY testing the previous closing price. It must be something that they're saying during the Bank of England rate hike, no? Press conference. Like, it's got to be something they're talking about there, no? Gold. I'm in gold right now. Or no, I'm not in gold. Or I am in gold. Wait, let me see. Yeah, I am in gold. Okay, good. I'm in a gold ETF. I'm not in GC futures. I'm in gold ETF. But yeah, look at gold rip. So gold rip it up a little bit. Kind of, it's one of my hedges. Just a little hedge. What do you think the market is going to do after PPI? Well, it depends on what PPI shows up as. Yeah, what are banks doing? PACW crashing down. Western Alliance crashing down. Yeah, so in that situation, I'm going to add more to my gold trade here. Try to get in more gold. Yeah, gold popping up. SPY pretty flat on the day, so the SPY is neutral on the day so far. But the banks are struggling right now. All right, so we just got in a piece of gold. See if that holds. Tip of the iceberg, maybe. It's not going to have the same impact, but it'll have a big one, hopefully. Hopefully it'll help the market. Again, we really don't know. All right, guys. So yeah, market's flushing here. Again, we did buy a little bit of gold, and it looks like that gold trade is doing okay now. I'm just gonna let this sit, I think. All right, guys. The U.S. government just sold $9.8 thousand worth of Bitcoin worth $277 million. They still own over 200 Bitcoin. If they decide to sell that, prices would be back under 10K in a heartbeat. Yeah. All right, so Jamie Foxx's family apparently are reporting for the worst. Oh, they're preparing for the worst. Man, I like Jamie Foxx, bro. That'll be sad if something happens. What happened to him, man? What's going on with Jamie Foxx? Hopefully he makes it out. Okay. So a 23-year-old Snapchat influencer uses OpenAI's technology to create an AI version of herself that will be your girlfriend for $1 per minute. Who's still wearing cargo shorts? All right, guys. Again, my gold trade's doing pretty well. I'm just kind of hedging it against everything else. I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to take too much risk here. And so I'm just kind of hedging it with gold because gold will usually go the direction I want. All right, guys, we got over an hour until the numbers come out. There's a few different symbols for gold rock. One of them is slash GC is the futures contract for gold. There's gold rip. The other one is one of them is slash GC. The other one is GLD. Why SPY dumping? Because banks are dumping right now. So here's banks. All right. So look at WAL dump this morning down to 2440s. Look at PACW dump this morning to 470s, under 450s at some point in time. JP Morgan down a little bit. Bank of America down a little bit. Wells Fargo down a little bit. So the banks are struggling. Here's Bitcoin. Bitcoin down at 27.5 thousand. And so, yeah, the banks are really what's dragging the market down today, guys. Banks. Yeah, the Bank of England rate came in as expected. I'm not sure why it's causing banks to dump. Doesn't make much sense, to be honest, but hey, sometimes the market's weird. Again, everybody expected 25 rate hike. I don't know why they're reacting. It might be something they're saying during the press conference specifically, but yeah, we bought some gold. I mean, listen, I might take a little bit off of this too. All right, so we just locked in profit on gold. We're still holding a little bit, and again, we're just kind of diversifying into it. Let's see what happens. Yeah, there's Bitcoin in the middle. There's gold on the left. I'm going to put the SPY up on the right or on the left side here. So here's the SPY. SPY cracked under lows here. We still got about an hour. Yeah, all good. Yeah, I've been kind of adding a little bit to Disney now. So I've been kind of buying a little bit of Disney here. All right, guys. Yeah, I mean, the SPY's still at 412s. So, yeah, I'll just be careful. All right, PacWest Bank says deposits fell 9.5% last week. Where do you see that about the selling stocks? All right, gold's still ripping up. Yeah, I'm looking that up now. Yeah, I don't see anything about her selling stocks. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We're waiting for it and see. Again, we've bought a couple positions now on this pullback, but the market's still up a lot. Yeah, I mean, you can short Disney. I'm not really against that. Do whatever you guys want to do. It's not like it's not like I bought it long ahead of the earnings report. I just kind of bought it up after the report because I think down at 95 bucks, I can sit on that for as long as I need to. People usually kind of like hate Disney for whatever reason, and that causes them to have like some bias. That I usually just pick up some value if I can. Yeah, Chat GPT, man. Uh, Again, gold up big. SPY technically red on the day. We've scaled into a couple things, specifically gold, and we ended up taking some profit on the gold trade because we can, because we were up a lot very quickly. All right, guys. So yeah, we got about an hour, guys. 1 hour. The regional bank plays are making bank. It's going to keep going week after week. Let's see what's happening. I'm probably going to hold these longer term. Disney, I'll probably hold it longer term. PayPal, I'll probably hold it a little bit longer term. It just depends. We'll see. If PayPal starts to get really weak and dips under like 50 bucks, I'll probably cut it. Disney, I'll probably sit for, indefinite period of time. I'm not sure. Um, Number one, I don't see anything about that panda. I looked at all the trackers, the stock trackers, and I didn't see anything about her selling. Number two is that like every day I get people coming into the stream telling me something big is about to happen. Like again, 4 months ago, we had people arguing with me talking about how the market was going to crash 4 months ago, and the market is pushed up a lot over that 4 month period. Generally, I think new traders sometimes enter the market and they sensationalize it, and they think these crashes are super easy to predict, and they're not. Like maybe we do crash. I'm not saying we don't. All I'm saying is I'll believe it when I see it because I get people in here telling me something big's about to happen every day, and very, 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 very rarely does it ever happen. Now I think we're in a situation where the likelihood of it happening is higher because of the banking problems going on right now. I think that certainly exacerbates all of this. But I think, again, I'm going to wait till I see it myself. Occidental Petroleum, I don't trade it too much. I'm not big into oil plays. I think they're hard to predict. But everybody's different. I'm not hating on anybody taking those trades. Gold up nice. Again, we'll see if the market starts to bounce back. SPY just bounced all the way back over the volume, over the previous closing price. So the market bounced back a little bit here. All right, guys. So yeah, SPY back over the previous closing price. Green on the day. Gold still testing highs up there, and that's nice. All right, guys. U.S. credit default swaps hit a record high according to Bloomberg. Yeah, we're going to get a poll going live here. We got an hour now. Again, PPI inflation data drops soon with expectations for 0.3% month over month. Does the market react well to this release? Does the market react positively? Again, join us live. We're going to cover the data as soon as it comes out, guys, as soon as it's released. All right, guys. So yes, positive or negative reaction here. Positive or negative reaction. Again, let me know what you guys think. Neutral reaction is, of course, another option. Do me a favor, bump the like number up. We got about 500 people here right now, so if you haven't already, hit the like button, guys. Hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. There we go. All right, we got that tweet live. Vote on that poll, guys. Let us know what you guys think. Why are banks stumpy today? Could be the rate hike decision. I think it's all them YouTube people making the end is near videos. Yeah, bro, they've been making it for so long, dude. Like, it's literally like, I see exactly what they do, which is they tell people the end is near. And then when they're wrong about it, they wait for a small 1 or 2% drop day. And they're like, aha, see, I told you. The market did drop. You know, it's like, well, yeah, but it pushed up 5% before that, you know. And so that's kind of what we see a lot, is that that's we really do see that a lot here. And it's all good. Maybe they're right eventually. I don't know, you know. All right, guys, PPI inflation data. I'm ready, honestly. Again, 0.3% is what we're expecting. 0.3%. To go over the list here again, 0.3% is what we're expecting. The Bank of England did raise 25 basis points. We are expecting 0.3%. on the month for PPI, which is the biggest release. So in this case, PPI, biggest release. We also have jobless claims expected at 245,000, which we will cover and will influence the market as well some. But yeah, again, we have PPI expected at 0.3% on the month, 0.3%. On the year, PPI is expected at 2.4%. Last time it was 2.7%. Last time on the month, again, 0.3% is what we're expecting today. Last time it came in at minus 0.5%. So an increase month to month there. Again, core PPI expected at 0.2% on the month. Last time it came in at minus 0.1%. So we are expecting a slight increase in inflationary data month to month. But expectations are 0.3%. We'll see if we show that or not. Jobless claims expectation, which is kind of like unemployment, like higher jobless claims means less people working. That's at 245,000 right now for numbers, 245,000. And so again, hit the sub button, hit the notification bell. So far, we have some votes here. 45% think we're going to come in as expected. 29% think we're going to come in worse than expected. 26% think we're going to come in better than expected here. And again, vote of that poll. Gold pulling back a little bit. You can see the SPY ripped over the previous closing price for a little while. Recently pulled back over the last 4 minutes. We'll see if it holds. Bitcoin in the middle right here. You can see it at 27.5K. Gold futures up here. Gold has been popping up this morning on the banking woes and fears. Banks have struggled today. If you look at PACW is all the way down underneath $5. Big gap down today for PACW, and it probably has a catalyst. Let me look this up here, team. It's probably got a catalyst. It should at least. My guess is rate hike decision, press conference is influencing it. All right, so PacWest said in a filing, 15 billion of immediate that said that it has 15 billion of immediately available liquidity for PACW. WAL, Wedbush downgraded SVB prior to the collapse, and other regional banks present opportunities, they say. I'm trying to look at the banking news. All right, so Jamie Dimon reportedly warns that the U.S. debt default could cause financial panic, end quote. This is what he said. All right, so this is what Jamie Dimon. If you don't know Jamie Dimon, he's the CEO of JP Morgan. What he said was that the congressional impasse over the U.S. debt ceiling and a potential default on the national debt could create a financial panic. And this is all quoting. Panic isn't necessarily a rational thing, Dimon said during an interview with Punchbowl News, according to a Reuters report. He said, quote, people panic. And when you see people panic, that's 2008, 2009 again, and that's really what you want to avoid, end quote. So we'll see. We'll see if that panic happens. I hope he's wrong. I hope it doesn't happen, but of course, anything's absolutely possible here. And yeah, y'all be careful, guys, today. Be careful. Again, y'all might see me taking some swing trading positions. I don't really want anybody to copy me. They are small positions to where I'm not going to get hurt too much if they go against me. Be safe, guys. Y'all be safe. But yeah, PACW down a lot. WAL down a lot as well. All right, so according to Reuters, PacWest Bank slumped 25% today on news that they pledged additional assets as collateral to increase their borrowing capacity under the U.S. Fed Reserve. All right, guys, we got less than an hour here before PPI inflation data, guys. Less than an hour. I posted this morning. Anybody who believes the 15-year-old little stock market expert, I've got some timeshares to sell you. Somebody said, who's the little 15-year-old kid? I said, I don't know, but he's got a perm. That's all I know. I'm going to call him Permy, That's all I know. How's the SPY looking? 414 resistance seems pretty strong. Yeah, I mean, the SPY's up a lot anyway. Gold's still pumping up. Disney bounced it back a little bit. That's nice to see. We'll see if it continues. Slightly green in PayPal. Bro, binary options are scams, AR. And I'll tell you how. All right, so binary options are scams, and it's simple why. It's very easy to explain why they're scams, okay? If you're ready, most of them are propped up by affiliate marketing, number one. The reason binary options are scams is because no matter what position you get involved with, you're going to have a less than 1-to-1 reward to risk ratio on anything, right? So if you look at those, it's like, oh yeah, it makes it really simple and easy. You're paying for that simplicity. You're paying like 15% from that simplicity. Like, put it this way: you bet $100 on a binary option trade. You lose the full $100. You win, you make $85 or whatever it is, right? And so that's why they're scams, because every single trade you will get involved with in binary options, you'll have a less than 1-to-1 reward to risk ratio, man. Like, it's just not going to work. Again, it's mostly propped up. Like, the reason you see that niche grow is because they're pumped up by affiliates. Like, they've got affiliates that are just pumping those videos out about binary options. That's kind of what goes on here in that situation. Gold moving up some more here as the SPY cracks down under the previous closing price. All right, gold rip it up. Nice. I'll take it. We'll see if we keep it up. Disney with a nice little bounce back here. Pretty close to flat on our Disney trade. We'll give it some time to bounce. All right, guys. So, yeah, SPY dipping down. Gold moving up. Banks weak. PPI inflation data coming soon. And I had to clarify, this is not vodka. This is water in a vodka-like bottle. Our water filter's broken, so this is just bottled water. I'm a lightweight. I wouldn't be able to do that if it was the other stuff. All right, guys. So market just cracked lows again. Gold's still pumping up here. The question is, should I take off some shares of gold here as a hedge? I think I probably should take off a little bit more here. So we will lock in some more. You'll love to see it. Also still great on PayPal today. Lionel Messi is going to sign a $401 million annual contract to play with the Saudi Pro League. What is going on in my house? I hear something going on. So ETH gas fees have been absolutely ridiculous. Oh my gosh, man. All right, guys. So SPY breaking lows. Gold's still pumping up a little bit here. Hey, you love to see it. Disney bounced up nicely too. We're gonna give that time again. I'll give it as long as I need to give it. All right, guys, it's time. Hey, John, what's up? What you doing today? What are your stocks on watch today? I mean, we got a couple things we're looking at. I ended up buying a little bit of Disney after the earnings dip. PayPal as well. I bought a little bit of that after the big dip there. Small positions though; they're not really big trades. I bought some gold for like a day trade / swing trade today. I ended up taking profit on most of that already. So we were already locked in profit and out of most of that trade, but we're holding a little bit as a hedge, I guess. The SPYs break it down a little bit today. Banks are weak. Gold is strong because of all that stuff. That's why we bought gold, is because we saw weakness in banks. And so, yeah, that's what we got today. But the market, I mean, again, you're going to get doom and gloom people that say that this drop is just the end of the world, right? This drop is just the end of the world. When you zoom out, it kind of kills a lot of that stuff. Like, here is a daily chart. The market is very, very, very green over the past since October. The market has gone, again, regardless of doom and gloom traders, and you got a lot of them, the market is very green over the last 6 months or so. And again, you can kind of see it here. Here's the SPY. Here's a 6-month chart of the SPY. And so that's what we're in right now. Like, that's what we're in right now. Yeah, you got bank weakness here. Obviously, you see PACW, like there's some weakness there. Gold has obviously had a really good time lately. So, of course, we're watching gold. We're going to see what we do there, kind of hedging with gold some. But, again, don't copy me. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I might be wildly wrong about everything. Everything might crash tomorrow, or maybe it might break highs. I don't know. Yeah, but it might not be a winner, though, TJ. You know what I mean? Like, you guys know me. I don't like pressuring anybody to do anything. And so, especially these biotech stocks, incredibly risky, man. AVXL is a $9 stock. It's just incredibly risky. Maybe it does big things, but it also could just go to zero, and that's the reality of it. How will PPI affect the NASDAQ? Well, I mean, it's going to directly influence big broad market ETFs like the NASDAQ because it's inflation data. Now, it depends on how much it comes in or out of expectations. If it comes in far outside of expectations, of course, it'll impact it more. If it comes out as expected, it'll impact it less. Yeah, there's a mistake in the voting poll. It should be 0.3%, but you could just do as expected or however you want to do that. Bro, I'm sorry, dude. I don't really like to talk on politics, but we need to get these 90-year-old people out of the Senate. They should never be voting. Like, to be honest, like, no offense, man. But, like... But these, again, they're just too old, man. Again, I don't like picking sides with politics, but as you get older, your brain starts to lose some of its sharpness. You know what I mean? And like, that's an obvious thing. Everybody understands that. And so having somebody that age voting on policy decisions is a bad idea, regardless of which political side you go with. Again, it's just the reality of it. Again, I don't really care about any politics or sides or any of that stuff. I just think there needs to be an age limit on the Senate. I think that makes perfect sense. Again, we can't have people who are don't know what's going on voting on policy decisions, regardless of whether she does or not. It's just something that should be very obvious, I think. The fact that it's not, and the fact that it's still something that we're talking about is ridiculous, I think. SPY break it down a little bit. Again, we'll see if gold ends up breaking these highs. I think drivers as well, to be honest, dude. I see some sketchy drivers, bro. I see some like 80-year-old drivers that should not be driving under any circumstances. I think once you go over 75, you need to be tested. You need to take your driving exam at least once a year. Once you hit 75, at least once a year, because a lot of the time they get scared driving down the street. Like they're nervous driving down the street, and so they, the reality of it is, more accidents in driving are actually caused by people going slow in the left lane, right? Like more accidents are caused by people that go slow in the left lane. Like that's where most. All right, buddy. I love you, bud. Have a good day at school, man. Love you, buddy. But yeah, the more accidents are caused by people going slow in the left lane. And the rule I always have is that if somebody behind you is going faster than you in the left lane, get out of the way. People get their pride in the way driving. They're too emotional. Like if somebody's going faster than you and they're behind you in the left lane, get out of the way. Move over. Let them pass and then get back over. It's a passing lane. You get people that just get their pride in the way. They hog the left lane. They sit there and they're like, well, I'm going the speed limit, or I'm going 5 miles per hour over the speed limit. I'm just going to block everybody else going faster than me behind me. And again, when that relates to the older population, they're the most guilty of that. They are the most guilty of that, where they get nervous driving fast. They sit in the left lane. They don't understand driving etiquette, and it's just a problem. Sorry, I'm going to release my vents. I'm going to vent all this stuff out. It's therapy to me right now. But no, PPI data coming out. We'll see what happens. No, it's actually real. Like more accidents are caused by people going under the speed limit than people going over the speed limit. Absolutely real statistic. Yeah, for sure, TJ Hammer. But that's the point, is that if somebody's going faster than you and they're behind you in the left lane, you are wrong. You need to get out of their way. Eventually, cars are going to be driving themselves, and so it doesn't matter too much, I think. Anyway, SPY bounced it up a little bit. I'm still in gold. We're going to see if that holds. We're waiting here. We're waiting. What's your thoughts, bias on PPI? Are you leaning bullish or bearish? I'm not really either one. I don't really know what we're going to get here. Again, I don't really know what we're going to get here for that. I hope we go up. But again, nobody really knows, and we're all just kind of speculating. One of the interesting things I got during the last PPI report, and this is one of the important nuances to understand about it, is that the last PPI report, we came in way under expectations. So like last time, I think we expected like 0.1 or 0.2. We ended up coming in at minus 0.5, right? So way less than expected inflationary data for PPI last released last month. Still, the market did not really react positively to that, which was interesting, because again, lower prices should cause more optimism, in the market. But that's not what happened. In fact, the opposite happened, where the market went down some. I think it might have rebounded later on, but I think that's one of the nuances to understand, is that the last time we had PPI come out, it came out noticeably lower than expected, and it still caused drops in the market, I think. Where'd you get that stat? I have to read it to believe it. I don't know why it's such a crazy statistic here. Because if you really think about it, right? When people drive too slow, what happens? right? People drive too slow. Other people have to avoid them. They have to switch lanes more often to get out of their way because they're clogging up the lane, right? And just that one specific aspect of it causes more accidents. Like people having to weave in and out because somebody's driving too slow in the passing lane, or if they're driving under the speed limit, people are going to avoid them at all costs. They're going to get more aggressive in that situation, and that's going to cause more accidents, 100%. Again, it's a real stat. I'll have to find it, but okay, so according to the Institute of Transportation Engineers, according to an Institute of Transportation Engineers study, those driving slower than the prevailing speed are 6 times as likely to be involved in an accident. 6 times as likely. So I'm not lying. Absolutely true, and it makes perfect sense. People think slow is better. It's not. You know, if you're causing problems and your people are getting frustrated with you and they're having to go in and out, trying to avoid you, you're causing more accidents. Like just go the speed of the rest of the traffic. If you don't want to, get in the right lane. You know, get in the right lane and just sit there. Don't clog up the faster drivers out of some weird self-righteous pride thing. You know, that's what really goes on. Anyways, I'm gonna stop venting for today. Do you think gold will go up or down again? I think gold is going to be depending on what banks do. I think if banks drop, gold's going to go up. And that's kind of what's happening. When people lose faith in the banking system, gold is going to have an obvious increase. Okay, so Bob Barker, it sounds like you're driving slow. You know, again, you're causing accidents if you are, sir. What do I invest in? I have no idea. Life of Christina. Invest in whatever you want. Again, I really don't know. The best odds in investing are long-term blue chip investing. So like buying up blue chip healthy companies, like large companies that have been around for a long time, sitting on those for years and making anywhere between 5 to 12% on average is what is probably the safest way to invest. But it varies. Everybody's a little bit different. So if PPI is up, then US dollar is up and also Bitcoin going down. Yes, correct. That's probably right. So if PPI is up, the dollar index will go up with it, probably. And in that regard, the SPY and Bitcoin, you know, other broad market ETFs will probably drop. You know, again, probably. We don't know for sure, but that's probably what's going to go on. Again, we're just speculating. We don't really know it. Again, last PPI report, the opposite happened, which is that like PPI came in lower than expected, and the market ended up going down from that report, which is interesting here. So that's kind of what we got last time. Yeah, Chris, it's kind of like when you're driving. Real drivers understand that you hit the gas a little bit on turns. You slow down. You don't just go full speed into turns. But as you start to turn, you hit the gas a little bit. That's going to help the transition to the turn go a little bit easier and smoother. Disney's still moving up. It's at 95.70s here, guys. 95.70s. Yeah, but it's about like again, we got some arguments about, and it's all good. Again, it's all love here. We can agree to disagree on some of this stuff, but I guess the reality of it is the left lane in the U.S. is obviously the fast lane, right? So if you're going faster, you should be in the left lane. under no circumstances should anybody that's not going at least the speed limit or more be in the left lane. And if somebody is driving behind you faster than you are in the left lane, you should, by good etiquette in driving, move over, let them pass you. And then if there's nobody else behind you, get back over. You know, because when you hog the left lane going slower than the speed of the regular traffic behind you, it is absolutely causing more accidents. It is absolutely causing people to have to swerve in and out. And there's no reason, there's no justifiable reason to sit in the left lane like that. You know what I mean? And again, it really is something that a lot of people don't understand driving etiquette. They don't understand, what the left lane is really for, which is passing. And again, by that logic, the left lane is a passing lane. And so if somebody's going behind you, they're trying to pass. You know, you should get over. If somebody's going faster than you, that is. Anyways, we're going to talk about the market. Pac West gapping down a little bit. Again, this is what caused the increases in gold. Gold here, guys. Gold up to 189.30s on the GLD ETF. The actual gold futures contract, which is the real price of gold, is up to about $2,044. $2,044. There's no reason to go over the limit. I mean, sure. In the UK, you get fined if you're going too slow in the fast lane. Yeah, absolutely. That's what they should do, honestly. Yeah, look, if you're going slow, that's fine. But get in the right lane. Like, get in the right lane where everybody else is going slow. You know, don't be self-righteous about driving. Like, people are going to drive faster than the limit. If they're going faster than you, get over in the right lane. Let them pass. There's no reason you shouldn't, except for just weird pride and emotion, you know? Anyways, what's up, Benny? Hey, what's up, dude? Indonesia, what's up, Liza? Hey, I appreciate y'all joining me here. Oh, Texas, dude, we'll get 80 miles per hour speed limits. That's what I like about Texas. I'm in Texas right now. Some of the speed limits are like 80 miles per hour, which is great. Should be more often, too. We're using outdated speed limits from back when cars, were a little bit less safe. Now cars are much more safe. Gold still moving up, though, guys. And again, we'll see if gold moves up from this PPI report. We got about 26 minutes. I'm sorry. About 26 minutes left. Yeah, Texas, we got the 80 miles per hour ones. It's just great. It would need some. I don't know, man. I live in Texas. What I will say is that Louisiana drivers are way worse than Texas drivers by far, without question. Without question. Every time we travel to Louisiana drivers are tough, dude. Like, they are not good drivers at all. In Texas, the drivers are a little bit better for whatever reason. It might be because Texas, we have like 45, like I-45, which is like a freaking 5 or 6 lane interstate. So I think that causes you to, learn how to move with the traffic a little bit better. But I don't know. It's just a guess. Anyways, the U.S. population is about 332 million. All right, guys. SPY down to 412.40s. Is there time for a dip buy? What I'm watching very closely is banks, right? Again, PACW down to 480s here. We got WAL at 2480s. 2480s, WAL. We have PACW gapping down. JP Morgan, other banks are down with it. Bank of America are down with it. Gold is up because of banking fears and woes. PPI inflation data is coming out today. We also have jobless claim numbers coming out today, which is unemployment numbers, right? So these are how many people are working versus not working. It's jobless claims. It's people that are claiming to be jobless. That expectational number, I believe, is 245,000. So 245K is that expected number here. And again, we'll see if anything happens. But that is what we're looking at right now for expected numbers. Again, I don't know if we're going to hold there or not. We'll have to wait and see. But that is the expected number right now. Where did this video go? I thought I clipped this video here. Gotta start getting rid of some of these. Oh, that's not it. All right, so we gotta clip that. Get this one. No, that's not it either. We got this one. I think this is not it either. Maybe it's this one. Let's try this one. The AI did a great job. No, that's not it either. Man, I did a clip this morning. I'll have to go back and find it, dude. That sucks. But yeah, banks are weak right now. Gold is testing the top of the range here. Disney moved up a little bit, and again, we're pretty flat on Disney now, which is good. Could have been a lot worse, I guess. Cut this out. All right, guys. So yeah. But no, what I was gonna say is, no, that's not it either. Sorry, guys. I'm kind of looking at some other stuff. Banks dropping down a little bit. Let's see, Jerome Powell press meeting. All right, guys. So again, SPY at 412.60s, 412.60s. We still got about 20 plus minutes here. Is PPI today good for the dollar? I'm not sure. Line. It depends on what the data shows up as. Again, Disney rip it up a little bit, which is nice to see. Gold, we took a little bit off the trade already. So we did take a little bit off the trade already. Yeah, Jay. Yeah, all good, TJ. That's what we do here. JD did drop earnings. They did better than expected, I think. Now, in Germany, you got the Autobahn. I use the 3-bar pattern sometimes. It depends on what's going on in the market. Yeah, it's all good, Lexi. Like I said, we can agree to disagree there. I guess my only rule is, like I said, that if you're in the left lane and somebody behind you is driving faster than you, right? The proper thing to do is to get over, let them pass, and then get back in the left lane if you're going faster than the flow on the right lane, right? Like, that's the proper etiquette to do. People who don't do that and instead clog up the entire left lane absolutely cause more accidents, for sure, without question. And so if I can help one person at home understand what I'm saying, hey, my job here is done. I'm the hero you all need here today. I'm not going to tell people my sources, guys. Hey, thank you, Jamie. What's up, man? Yeah, I don't know. Again, SPY moving back up to test the previous closing price, and that's great. I'm not really a big JD trader. I've never really traded it before. Disney's moving up to where we're completely flat on this trade essentially now. So you love to see it. Disney pop it up here. We'll see if PPI helps this data. We still got 20 minutes before the actual release here. And again, the expectations are 0.3%. 0.3% is what's expected here. Yeah, beginner driver education. The thing that bothers too many people are complaining. We'll just move on to a different topic. It's all good. But yeah, again, banks weak, gold strong. PPI inflation data come out yesterday. CPI came out mostly neutral, but slightly positive. So mostly neutral, but 4.9% on the year for inflation data, which did cause some upward moves in markets. The market was a little bit choppy yesterday, though, which was surprising here. So, like, we went up, we went down, we went back up, and now we are back down again. And so very choppy, neutral action. We are now green on our Disney trade, guys. We are effectively green on our Disney trade, and I really will take some profit off of this if it moves up enough ahead of CPI or PPI, I mean. So, yeah, definitely top 3 drivers in the world right now, for sure. My expectations for gold, it depends on what happens with the broader market. So what gold does is going to depend on what the market does. So I think gold's up a lot ahead of this. It depends on what banks do, right? So gold is being influenced by banking. The reason gold is up so much this morning in pre-market is because banking is really weak. Like you can see Bank of America, the really weak ones are the regional banks. So we have WAL just testing lows right now. WAL testing lows down at 2440s. That's what's going to influence gold and all the other ones. PACW, same thing. PACW down to 460s right now. That's what's going to influence gold. The market might as well. The dollar index might as well. But gold is getting pushed up from bank weakness and skepticism with banking. That's what's going on right now. So we'll watch the dollar index for sure to see what happens. But yeah, that's kind of what's going down. Bitcoin is probably going to be pushing up with the gold, with the bank weakness as well. Yeah, here's Bitcoin. It's not up that much though. It's down a lot over the last few days. With Bitcoin, a lot of people were talking about this big crash that we got yesterday. Like we dropped down to 26.7. 26.7 is where we dropped down to, but we rebounded basically all the way back up. So we're still pretty flat for Bitcoin. A lot of people there's a lot of rumors floating around about what caused that big drop yesterday. But we did drop pretty sizably yesterday for sure. Again, we have like Apple stock, which is pretty flat on the day. Microsoft, which is down slightly on the day. Amazon at 110.60s. Yeah, I mean, guys, listen, we get a lot of people here that are like, hey, what do you guys think this is going to do? I have no idea what gold is going to do. Again, it's all relative to what the numbers show up to be, right? If PPI comes in low, theoretically, the markets in gold should go up. If PPI comes in low, if PPI comes in high, again, theoretically, the market in gold might go down. But again, nobody knows. And I said this before, and I'll go ahead and say it again right now. What you want to be careful of is that nobody knows what this PPI report is going to do. Nobody knows what the numbers are going to be. People can guess, and that's fine. But I get a lot of people asking me, hey, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? Nobody knows. And what's going to happen a lot of times to new traders is that they're going to get taken advantage of. Like they're going to see some random guy make a prediction, and the person has a 50-50 chance of getting it right. And so say they get lucky and they get it right, then they're going to hang on every word that person says and just think they're some big, huge market expert, when really nobody knows. It's essentially a coin flip, and a lot of people are going to bet one way, get it right, because again, you got a 50-50 chance, and then use that as some huge credibility building thing. Again, the reality of it is nobody knows what's going to happen here. Nobody does, except for maybe insiders with the Fed and maybe like some big bank analysts, but that's it. So just be careful. Understand nobody really knows, and it's just something that we're going to react to instead of try to make predictions about, I think. But we'll see, All right, guys. Hey, we got a couple minutes here, couple minutes. Let's see if we get something good. But yeah. All right, guys. Look at the SPY fly up here. Look at the SPY rip. So the SPY just popped up to 413s. All right, guys. We got about 900 people here. We still got some time. We got some time. Again, gold pulling back a little bit. The SPY ripped. Let's see if there's some news for this. JP Morgan says that the debt ceiling is potentially catastrophic. All right, so the New York Fed study notes deposit outflows following SVB failure is limited to the largest regional banks. That could be why the market's bouncing up. I don't know why the market just ripped up short term, but it moved up a lot. And again, we'll see what happens. But that's kind of where we're at now. Again, we still got about 15 minutes. Gold moving down, Amazon, SPY moving up a little bit. We can put like the dollar index up here. Here's the Dixie in the middle. It's been moving up a lot today, but look at this rip here. Anybody know? Yeah, I don't know why it's going up so much. Why did the music stop? Oh, hey, love you. You'll have a good day. All right, where'd the music go here? Did I exit out of the music? Maybe. Did my headphones die? Can y'all hear the music? I'm gonna switch headphones anyway. All right, guys. Hey, we got 12 minutes here. 12 minutes. I mean, the market's popping up big right now. I don't know why, but it is popping up big. Well, my headphones are big. Luckily, we got these headphones. Again, we got PayPal moving up. Dollar index is moving up with it, which usually there's like an inverse correlation here. There we go. All right, we're back up here. Let me fix this. Yeah, I don't know why. Again, I really don't know why the market is ripping up like it is. Again, I have no idea why the market's doing this. I don't see any news here either. I see Jamie Dimon, which is the CEO of JP Morgan, saying that the debt ceiling could potentially be catastrophic. Banks are going up. Yeah, let's see. So here's WAL. Oh, yeah, that's what's going on. WAL moving up. PACW. Both moving up. So banks are rebounding here is what's going on. Okay, so the Bank of England Governor Bailey, during a Q&A, said that there is no bias in our setting of rates looking ahead at this point. We'll put this number up in chat. The U.S. FDIC is going to make an announcement on deposit insurance fund today, according to Bloomberg. Ooh, that could be big. But there's a big rebound here for market activity. Look at the SPY rip up here. Again, PACW popped back up here after a lot of weakness today. That's going to influence my gold trade. But again, luckily I got out of my gold trade. So we're holding 20 shares left. I'll probably keep holding that as like a hedge, maybe. But yeah, look at gold bouncing back up as the SPY moves back down. But yeah, banks are what's going on? There we go. Can y'all hear the music now? What's up, Tiny? Hey, good morning. Hope you're doing well. Interesting day for market activity for sure. Again, got about 11 minutes left or so. I know we got about 10 minutes left. The music just went off. Okay, I got you. Here, let me fix that. All right, guys, we got about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Music should be back. Yeah, so the Fed's Kaskari. PPI data today. A lot of numbers. Get ready. I'm ready, personally. Gold moving up. Again, I kind of hedged it with gold. Gold popping back up a little bit. PayPal moving up. That's good. PayPal moving up is nice. Again, we'll see what this does. This rate hike decision is going to influence things. Or not rate hike decision. Can you explain why gold might move inverse to stocks, considering the dollar index is also inverse? It's just a rotation of money from haven back into equities. So Lila, okay. So to understand that nuance of it, right? So to understand the correlation there, I guess, you want to understand what all of these different investment vehicles are used for. So anything that's kind of a hedge against inflation is going to move inversely to the dollar, because as people move money out of the dollar, they generally put money into the hedges against the dollar, which is inflationary hedges. What are some of the biggest inflationary hedges? Gold, of course, the S&P 500. So again, to put it into perspective, over the last 20 years, gold has almost 4x. I think it's over 4x in the last 20 years. And so people are using gold as a long-term hedge against inflation, right? So you got cash. Cash is going to lose value if you sit on it. So what are you going to do? You're going to buy gold a lot of the time. They're going to buy gold. They're going to sit on gold. They're going to use gold as a hedge against inflation. Same thing with the S&P 500. The S&P 500 is a long-term hedge against inflation. It'll give you 5 to 12% a year on average, right? Even though you get a lot of bears here acting like there's just doom and gloom. Long-term, the biggest edge you'll ever get in any financial market is the S&P 500 long-term, except for maybe gold. That's the most consistent hedge against inflation long-term is the S&P 500 or gold. Those are at least. Real estate is another one. Right? Real estate is a hedge against inflation. Whether you get a mortgage or you pay cash, right? Mortgage, the way a mortgage is a hedge against inflation is because say you're paying $700 a month in a mortgage, right? Or $1,000 a month. In 20 years, that's going to be less significant. $1,000 might seem like a lot now. As inflation goes on and on in 20 years, that $1,000 is going to just be less influential, less significant over time because of inflation, right? And so getting a mortgage in that regard is the same thing, where long-term, that mortgage is going to be less impactful over your savings and spending because of inflation, right? So it's all long-term hedges against inflation. And so because of that, they move with each other a lot of the time. And and with that, they move inversely to the dollar index because of that, if that makes sense. Anyways, PPI coming out in about 6 minutes, guys. 6 minutes for PPI. Again, we'll see what happens. Yeah, gold has actually outperformed the S&P 500. I think the S&P 500 in the last 20 has done like 3.5x. Gold is 4.5x, I think. Not 100% though, but I think. The month-over-month PPI is more important. So the month-over-month PPI is going to be much more important, Oscar, than the yearly PPI data. Yeah, no worries. Bearish for the next 6 months. Yeah, and that's understandable. I understand being bearish short term. But as long as you're not long term, like you get some people that are kind of suckers, I think, because like they're betting long term down action in the market. Like they bet over years and years that the market's going to go down. And like that is literally getting talked into being doing one of the worst things you could do, which is bet on the market long term, like over like a 5 to 10 year period. Betting on the market weakness is the worst idea you could ever have. Because again, you're trading against statistics, long-term statistics, which is the S&P 500 has been around for what, like 100 plus years. So just be smart. Understand the biggest, like Warren Buffett is not rich for nothing. Like he knows what he's talking about. Value investing, again, diversifying into large blue chip assets and investments, and then sitting on those for 5, 10 plus years is the single biggest way, easiest way to make money in the stock market, without question. And so always like day trading is fun. I day trade, of course. We swing trade, we invest. But the big edge really is long-term investing. Well, you can bet, like, it depends on what you consider long-term. Like long-term, some people consider long-term like a year. I'm not talking about that. I understand betting short over like a short-term period like that. I'm talking about like 10 years. That's a pretty dumb bet, I think. But again, maybe I'm wrong, and anything could happen. The market has shown that for sure. All right, guys. So yeah, PPI inflation data today. The SPY is bouncing back up. We're watching gold. We're watching banks. We're watching the SPY itself. We're holding a couple things, but they're small trades. And so yeah, we'll see what happens. Again, thousands of people tune into these streams because we cover these reports very quickly when they come out. And we are ready to cover this next one, which is in about 3.5 minutes here, guys. 3.5 minutes. We're going to drop this report. It's a big release, guys. It's a big release. Be ready. Again, PPI, jobless claims. Jobless claims are expected at 245,000. PPI is expected at 0.3% on the month. So 0.3% on the month, 2.4% on the year. Core PPI. So core is also a very relevant metric too, because core is excluding energy and food spending, right? So core PPI is very big too. So pay attention to that as well. We're getting everything ready. Again, we're also going to throw it in sub-only mode. So if you haven't already, subscribe, team. You know, we cover this stuff live every day. My big thing is, like, I don't want to sell a course. I don't sell a service. I don't claim to be an expert. I don't act like a guru. I put everything out there for free. We report the data quickly so people can learn. And we don't have any paywalls behind our content. That's what we have sponsors and stuff that you'll hear us plug and all that stuff. So, I'm not saying we don't promote anything or make money, but all the content we drop is free. We don't have paywalls. We don't sell a course. We don't even claim to be experts. And so subscribe if you haven't yet. We appreciate it. Lower is better. Lion. Lower is typically better, but nobody knows for sure, and anything can essentially happen. Again, the last PPI report, the numbers came in. The last PPI report, the numbers came in much lower than expected. Market still dropped short term, so you never know. So y'all be careful. Who is we? I got a bunch of contractors that work with me and mods and stuff. So it's we. I mean, it's my channel, but we have people that help me run it, certainly. I'm not doing anything yet. I'm going to see what the numbers show up to be. We got 2 minutes, guys, less than 2 minutes. Again, hit the live button next to the play button to make sure you're caught up on the stream. Also, check out our sponsor, Top Step. If you want to day trade some of these economic releases, most pro traders trade futures because there's no PDT restrictions. You can day trade short, buy market, sell market, buy bid, sell the ask. Day trade essentially the S&P 500, currency pairs, commodities, gold, silver, all that stuff with no PDT restrictions. Top Step is the most legit funded program in the world. They give you a demo, they test your skill. If you pass it, they fund you between 50 grand up to 150 with a 90% split. If you lose, you're down less than 140 bucks. And so the most legit one in the world. They've been around for 10 years. They pay out millions every year to their funded traders. They withdraw, they fund thousands of traders a year. If you want to check them out, they are a sponsor of mine. I'm biased in their favor. Check out the link right there in chat. We got less than a minute and a half, guys. We got about a minute left. And again, make sure you hit the live button next to the play button to make sure you're caught up on stream. And so you want to make sure your screen looks like this, guys. You want to make sure your live button right here looks like this. It's got a red circle next to it. You want to make sure you're caught up on the stream to make sure you get the data fast. We got about a minute left. I'm going to pause this timer because this timer's a little bit off, to be honest. Because really, we got less. We got about 45 seconds left. 45 seconds. All right, guys. 40 seconds. Again, be ready, team. Be ready. PPI report today. Good luck. I hope the market goes up. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. All right, I'm going to put up Bitcoin here as well. Here's Bitcoin in the middle. Or I'm going to put the Q up. There's gold on the right. All right, guys. 15 seconds. 10 seconds. Here we go. 5 seconds. All right. Here we go. Here's the release. Let's watch the SPY on the left. There's the release. Q is popping up. Gold is moving up too. All right, so the numbers came in at, PPI came in at 0.2%, less than expected at 0.2% for PPI, 0.2%. Jobless claims came in higher than expected as well. That's all good for inflation problems. Again, 0.2% PPI month over month. On the year, it came in at 2.3%, lower than expected. Core PPI came in as expected on the month and below expectations for the year. So everything either came in lower than expected or as expected here. Again, PPI came in at 0.2 versus 0.3% expected. Again, subscribe, guys. We cover this data quickly. As we said, we cover this data very quickly. 0.2% is what PPI came in at. Again, 0.2% lower than expected numbers here for PPI. 0.2%. And again, we'll put this number up on screen here. But yeah, 0.2% lower than expected. Gold is up nicely. The Q is up nicely. 0.2%. 0.3% expected. We can do core as well. Core PPI came in as expected. All right, so we're going to put the rest of this data up, but as expected, guys, PPI came in at 0.2%, 0.2%, which was as expected here. Core PPI came in as expected as well. So PPI just showed up as expected. Markets liked it so far. Not a huge move up, but slight move up. And again, so PPI came in as expected. So far, we're getting chopped. Gold is reacting really well to this. And again, I did buy some gold ahead of this report. So that's nice to see. Let's see if it keeps moving up. It just broke highs for gold. Smart market's actually moving down some, which is interesting. But again, regardless of whether it goes up or down, this is optimistic inflationary data. Again, 0.2%. 0.2% versus 0.3% expected here, which is good. Core came in at 3.2 versus 3.3% expected here as well. So jobless claims numbers came in higher than expected as well. They came in at 245 or 264 versus 245 expected here. We'll put that up on screen too. It's 3.2%. Core PPI came in at 0.2%. Jobless claims came in at 264 versus 245 as well. So again, we got all this data up on screen right now. Again, as expected data here, as expected data. Core PPI came in as expected. Numbers came in. Base PPI came in better than expected at 0.2 versus 0.3%. Again, gold's popping up nicely here. And again, we'll see if there's a little bit of a lag in this data. Yeah, again, we cover this data quickly, guys. So y'all subscribe. We cover the data very quickly once it comes out. If we see it, we post it very, very fast before everybody else. That's why thousands of people tune into this stream. That's why we got 2,000 people here, because we cover it quickly. So you can either buy Bloomberg Terminal for $30K a year, or you can join Beginner Trading and hit that subscribe button, guys. We appreciate it. Yeah, jobless claims came in higher than expected. All of this is good for inflation, to be honest. So 264 versus 245 jobless claims, which is going to be seen as a positive because of numbers. And I get it. Bears always, like, every time we get a report like this, these numbers were positive. They were lower than expected or neutral, right? So they were, if there's anything, they're seen either positive or neutral. But for whatever reason, bear traders always kind of try to argue like it's not good. And I understand confirmation bias is like strong, but again, I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I'm not saying anything. All I'm saying is the numbers came in below expectations here, which for inflationary data are good. The other numbers came in neutral. So we either came in neutral or positive today. It wasn't anything negative for PPI data. And that's good so far. We'll see how the market responds to this. Again, gold has reacted positively. Tech has reacted well too. Tech is up to, Q is up to 326s right now. So that's nice. But again, I don't know what we're going to do moving forward. And maybe there's a lag effect here. We'll have to wait and see. Again, market's pretty flat on this data, which is fine. Flat is better than negative, you know. That jobless claims isn't positive. I mean, listen, we could try to find something to make this report seem negative, but for inflationary problems, the way the market has behaved over the last year, at least, has seen jobless claims being higher than expected as positive because it means less people spending. So again, both of these things are probably good for spending, is what I said. And again, maybe not so good for recession problems, of course, because of less employment. But so far, it's good for inflation, at least. And again, I'm not saying we're going to do anything. I don't know. Market just dropped a little bit. It's down to 412.60s. But yeah, nobody knows what's going to happen here. Yeah, again, I'm not saying whether the market's going to go up or down or anything. All I'm saying is that for inflation problems, these numbers were positive, which is good, you know. But again, recession fears might be stroked a little bit from all this stuff. Again, we really don't know. Really, realistically, we've had a pretty neutral response to everything right now. So we're slightly down under the previous closing price, but we're down like 20 cents so far. So again, we're giving it a little bit of time to stabilize, and we'll see what happens there. What's the difference between PE ratio and EPS? PE ratio, William, is the price versus earnings. So it's basically how much the company's making versus what the price of the stock is the PE ratio. The way you calculate it is you add up all 4 of the last quarter EPS or the trailing 12-month EPS, and then you take the price of the stock and divide it by that number, and that's the PE ratio. Anything under 30 is
currently considered decent. The EPS is the earnings per share. It's basically how much the company is making per share of earnings. So EPS is essentially margins that the company makes during earnings reports. So a little bit different numbers. PE is a metric that traders use. EPS is a report on the company's health that the company reports. I don't know what gold's going to do. I really don't know. Thanks for the fast reports, dude. Very helpful. All right, so yeah, market popped up a little bit now. Again, pretty stagnant report here. We're not really moving much in market activity. And again, we'll give it time. And again, if you haven't already, check out Top Step. Again, Top Step is a funded account program. So if you want to day trade some of these reports, right? And again, there's a lot of possibility if you're day trading these. You can see the SPY right here. You can essentially day trade the SPY in the futures market with no PDT restrictions. Like most new traders end up day trading cash accounts or whatever it is, and you're going to be severely restricted. The futures market is what most pro traders do because they have better liquidity. You can day trade the S&P 500 without PDT restriction. You can buy market, buy bid, sell the ask, just like stocks. And you're essentially day trading the S&P, or you could day trade the NASDAQ. And so again, very valuable. It's what's called the E-mini. So if you look at the E-mini here, if you look at the E-mini, it's the same price action as the SPY, and you can day trade it in futures. Top Step is the most legit funded program. Like, people hate on this, but it really is the best of both worlds, where like Top Step is going to give you a demo and test your skill. Just taking the challenge builds you into a better trader, and it's less than $140 a month. And so if you lose, which I think most people are going to lose because most people lose day trading, right? But that's where it's valuable, is that they would lose much more if they put the money up themselves. They still have some pressure, and it's a great middle ground of pressure to teach traders how to trade. If you're good enough taking this challenge, you can pass it and get funded $50K up to $150K with a 90% split. And so if you can pass the testing, you're getting a lot of the benefits anyway. You're still keeping 90% of your profit regardless. And so if you lose, you get limited risk versus what you would if you put up the money yourself. If you pass it, you're still keeping 90% of your profit moving forward. And so in that regard, it's a perfect middle ground to learn. And again, a lot of day traders are trying to day trade cash accounts. They're trying to day trade around the PDT rule. The futures market is probably where you guys want to be. And again, this is something that I wish I had in the beginning when I first got started, because I lost thousands that I would have lost much less if I would have tried one of these funded account programs first and kind of conditioned myself to learn under that type of pressure instead of putting up the money myself. And it just makes perfect sense. And you can day trade short, buy market, sell market. Like, here's the E-mini right here. And again, we will trade on it this week. But again, this is the E-mini right here. And I can buy market, sell market, buy bid, sell the ask, just like stocks. So like, look, I can buy market, sell market, buy bid, sell the ask. It's not like options trading. It's like day trading stocks, essentially. And again, I can trade the NASDAQ. I can trade currencies. If you like Forex, you can trade currencies and futures as well. Much easier than having to hide a VPN and doing all that crazy stuff like you got to do in Forex. Again, there's just a lot of uses of it. If you want to check it out, here is the link. Great way to help support the channel. Again, it is a sponsor of mine. It's not a free 50 to 150K. You have to pass the testing. So you have to pass the testing. It's not free. Again, they're going to give you a demo tester skill. If you can pass the testing they give you, then they fund you 50K with a 90% split. And so once you're funded, if you make 10K, you keep 9,000. They keep 1,000 since they're funding you that money. It's kind of a prop firm style. If you can pass it. Again, market's starting to move up a little bit here. We're going to give it time, though. Again, we're in a couple trades. Like, we're in some gold positions here. Why is people expecting PPI to be bullish? Thanks for the stream, my dude. Hey, all good, Oscar. I don't know if anybody's expecting anything. I'm not really expecting much. I just kind of cover the data as we get it. This feeds into the soft landing narrative, but inflation usually has a double top. Yeah, for sure. We'll see. Yeah, again, we're in gold. It's kind of a hedge, and we're just going to sit in that. The SPY actually moving up a little bit. Again, gold's still doing pretty strong. Again, more banking fears that happen, the better gold is going to perform here. Here's PACW. So PACW is still consolidating down there. There's WAL. So WAL is the one that's kind of dragging the market back up after all this stuff. Because look at WAL. It's up there. It's up to 2630s. I guess the question is, does the Fed pause? Well, they're not going to let you lose that much room. They're going to have a max loss that you're going to, that if you hit, they're going to just shut you down. Well, they're gonna have like again, they're not gonna let you lose 50K. They're gonna have a max loss that if you hit, they're gonna cut you out of it. But you go right back to step 2. You pass step 2, you get funded again. And again, like I said, I think most people are gonna fail, but I think most people are gonna fail day trading. And I think this is a much cheaper way to learn than putting up 50K and losing that. Or, the PDT rule is ridiculous because it means you need 25K to actively day trade stocks. What new trader has any type of risk management? You're setting them up for failure. Putting a new trader, forcing them to use 25K to actively day trade is ridiculous. And so this is just one of the ways you get around it. You can join our Discord, bro. Now, there's my Twitter right there if you want to give me a follow, man. And again, they're a sponsor of mine, so I'm certainly biased in their favor. I always try to be honest about that. Yeah, who knows where Disney's going to go? Again, I'm kind of adding down on these low, at the low 90s is usually where I decide to add to Disney here. But I'm going to try to give it time. I'm not super concerned about it either way. Again, we're in gold. I'm watching banks here as well. PPI did come in better than expected. Well, it's not unemployment. It's jobless claims X. So jobless claims came out. They were higher than expected. And whether that's a good or bad thing is going to be subjective depending on how you look at it with regards to whether you have inflation fears or recession fears. If you have inflation fears, that's going to be seen as mostly positive. If you're fearing a recession, that could be seen as negative, of course. And so it depends on what you're fearing. And the market's kind of fearing both right now. Palantir, when they were getting shorted heavy on meme status, they bought 50 million in gold to hold. Yeah, I think that was the right move. .5% regional bank deposit down. I mean, that's understandable. If I had a regional bank, I'd probably withdraw my money too. Just because it's like it's going to strengthen the big banks, though. Yeah, I think we could pause. I mean, inflation numbers. I've been telling people this for months now. Inflation numbers have gotten better. Like inflationary numbers have gotten much better than they were. Like without question, they've gotten better. So that's that's obviously something to take into consideration is whether the Fed will want to pause now. Again, I don't know. I'm skeptical that they will, but I think they could. Nobody knows exactly. But I think anything could happen, really. So far, we've seen some strength here. We're seeing some good movements. All right, guys. So again, WAL banks pulling back down. That's going to cause some maybe short-term strength and gold weakness in banks in the broader market here. So again, PPI numbers came in either neutral or as expected here. So either neutral or as expected. Put this number up on screen so people can see it. There we go. All right, so yeah, jobless claims numbers came in the highest since October. All right, guys. So yeah. Got some time here. All right, so I'm going to do another poll here. We're going to end this poll. We got about 1,500 votes or so on the poll. We're going to do another one right now. Hey, no worries, Eddie. Yeah, Disney drop it. I might add a little bit on the drops, so it just depends. Like, I'm not, again, I'll hold this thing long term. You know, short term, I'm usually red a little bit in these positions, but I've got a pretty good accuracy rate of them. All right, so does the market bounce back today after the market bounce back during market hours after today's latest PI inflation report? Yes or no? Vote on that poll. The poll is live right now. Let me know what you guys think. Does the market bounce back here today? I think anything can happen. Inflation numbers were either positive or neutral, so not too bad. I mean, they could have been worse, I think, you know. Again, WAL up to 26, so banks bouncing a little bit. Watch gold. Watching gold here, too. Again, we have a position in gold. If you're liquidated, you're trading way too large, Jennifer. Again, a lot of people are trading way too large. You know, people, like, what happens is, like, you got, like, these kids, like this little 15-year-old guru with a perm. If anybody actually believes that kid, again, y'all are setting yourself up to just be manipulated. Like, don't be gullible, man. Like, there's no, like, that 15-year-old kid is not making 30K a week. You know, his dad might be, but he's not. And no 15-year-old's a stock market expert. And I think people have to understand, like, look, you might see a lot of people throwing big money around. If you're new, number one, you have to understand the gambling magnet aspect of trading. Like a lot of the time, trading tempts gamblers to do it because they can kind of hide the fact that they're gambling under, like, yeah, I'm in the stock market, like, I'm smart, I'm in the stock market, when really they're just kind of gambling their money away. If you're a new trader, even if you're not new, you need to be trading very small relative to your account size. Like, the larger you trade relative to your account size, the higher the likelihood that you're going to lose your entire account and get liquidated. You know, this whole thing where people are acting like they can turn $500 into $100K in a month or a year is simple marketing. They're trying to get clicks. They're trying to sell you courses. The truth is, if you can make 30% in a year, you are elite of the elite if you can do that consistently. But again, if you look on Twitter, everybody's making freaking 5,000% a year. I promise you, if anybody was making even 70% a year consistently, year after year after year, Goldman Sachs would hire them and pay them millions of dollars in a heartbeat. Okay. The reason you don't see YouTubers getting headhunted by Goldman Sachs is because most of them are full of crap, you know, and you have to understand that. I'm not saying they're all full of crap. There's some good ones. There really are. There's some good traders. There's some good courses out there. But you got to have reasonable expectations for your trading. It's incredibly important. It's something I try to really ingrain. I repeat myself a lot with this because it's super important for traders to really understand. Like, look, I get it. You might have entered this space thinking you were going to get rich quick and just make $1 million and ride off into the sunset. You're probably not going to. But if you learn and you take your time and you genuinely build your skill over time in this, it'll be a skill you'll have for the rest of your life. And you'll have a skill that you know how to do for the rest of your life. And that's valuable. But you got to have reasonable expectations for it. Yeah, for sure. Making 30% a year on a bear market is super hard too. Yeah, but you look on Twitter, you got the little 15-year-old with a perm trying to sell courses, blocking anybody that calls him out. Like, again, if y'all fall for that, I got some timeshares. You know, y'all might want to buy. Like, don't be dumb, man. Don't be gullible is the best way I can describe it. Like, I get it. It might be tempting to, like, really, like, confirmation bias is one of the biggest flaws of human thinking. All right, if you don't know what confirmation bias is the fact that if you want to believe something, like if you want to believe it's true, you tend to overestimate the likelihood of it being true. It's called confirmation bias. One of the biggest flaws of human thinking, because what it means is, like, if I want to get rich in stocks, I might desperately want to believe that's true. I might overestimate the odds of that being true in my head because I desperately want it to be true. Okay. Kind of like AMC, to be honest. Like people talking about AMC hitting $10,000, they want that to be true, and so they overestimate the likelihood that it is. And I'm in AMC. I hope it goes up. Okay, I'm not hating on AMC traders. It's just an example. And so think about it objectively, right? Like understand we're flawed. Like when we want something to be true, we tend to, put a little bit too much faith in it. And so you got to take that away in trading and understand like the reasonable expectations to have for it, which are trade small. If you can make 20, 30, 40% a year, you're doing elite. And don't let anybody who probably is losing money, but just trying to get validation on the internet tell you it's not, or tell you that they're doing better or whatever it is. Again, that's all nonsense. Yeah, bro. Funny story. I went to Six Flags with my wife one time. And they were tricky, bro. They were tricky. They almost got me. So I went to Six Flags with my wife. And my wife, they did the thing where like you hit with the mallet, you hit the bell and it tries to go up. And like I do it and like it doesn't go anywhere. They must have, and then my wife does it. My wife's like short and like 110 pounds. She does it and it goes all the way to the top and she wins, right? So there was some like a lever they pulled or whatever, but she won like this plastic Looney Tunes guitar. And so we were walking around and I think they saw us with the plastic Looney Tunes guitar. And so they waved us down and talked about how nice this guitar was. And then they said, hey, do you want to spin the wheel to try to win? They said, you want to spin the wheel? And if you hit the number, you win a free trip to Florida, And so sure, I spin the wheel and what do you know? I win a free trip to Florida. And so they give me like this paper slip and I ended up calling them and it was a timeshare, so it's like, they'll trick you in there. You gotta like, yeah, they'll give you a trip to Florida, but they're going to put you in a motel for $30 a day. And they're going to make you sit there the entire day and listen to their pitch for whatever it is, right? They're most of the time selling timeshares. So you have to have a strong mind in order to not get caught in that stuff, man. Yeah, the bait and switch, 100%. Anyways, banks are moving up. WAL moving up. It's at almost 27. SPY mostly sideways right now. Not really doing too much. What did PayPal's still green on the day. That's good. Yeah. I'm wondering what kind of leverage are you using? My Thinkorswim account's got about, it usually has anywhere between like 40 and 50,000 liquid in it. Yeah, they usually give me 150 to 200 buying power. So TOS gives me 4 to 1. For futures, I'm using Top Step. Timeshare is like sharing ownership in a property that you can only go at specific times. Is what it is. They're essentially scams, timeshares. Most of the time they have some really, anytime like they got really sleazy salespeople, trying to sell you timeshares. So Beyonce was a millionaire by 18. Jay-Z was a millionaire by 26. Steve Jobs was a millionaire by 23. Elon Musk was a millionaire by 27. Naval, I don't know who that is, millionaire by 29. Michael Jordan, millionaire by 30. 30? It took MJ 30 until 30 to become a millionaire, bro. What was he getting paid in his early years of the NBA? I'll look this up. 30? Gotta look this up now. Jordan was 22 when he was a rookie. '84, he signed a 7-year, $6.3 million rookie contract with the Bulls, including a $250K signing bonus and $455,000 base salary. Oh, well, he was a millionaire in terms of assets, at least. Unless, I don't know. In '84, he signed a $2.5 million deal with Nike. Jordan was 21 in 84. He was a millionaire. Okay, so this is wrong. Michael Jordan was a millionaire when he was 21. It lied to me. Can I short timeshares? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This thing trying to act like MJ wasn't a millionaire in his 20s is ridiculous. Now I got to correct whoever this is on Twitter. But anyways, Bill Gates, millionaire at 31. Warren Buffett, millionaire at 32. Oprah, 32. Gary Vee, 34. Jeff Bezos, 35. So whatever this is wrong. Gold moving up a little bit, though. All right, so the IRS has recently hit FTX exchange with a $41.5 billion tax bill. Whew, 41 bill. It's a big tax bill, bro. That's excessive, I think, no? Yeah, ChatGPT gets things wrong too. That's probably what it is, realistically. PPI is less is more. Crypto, so less is more. Jamie Dimon says that short selling of banks should be banned and those who do it should be prosecuted. Disagree. Do y'all think short selling should be banned for banks? I think we could ban it for banks. I don't think we should prosecute the people who've done it so far, though. Like, he's just mad he's working at a bank and people are shorting it and he's getting scared. But JP Morgan's probably coming out like a bandit and all of this stuff. Anyway, JP Morgan's going to be stronger than ever throughout all this stuff, too. So, I mean, you know. A person collecting 30K. A person collecting 30K in risk-free capital every month from subscriptions will never know the difficulties of trading like I do. I guess you're right, dude. Honestly, you can't really get mad at me for it either, though. You know, I can give away free content, not charge for content, have sponsors, and make money and trade. And I think the information I'm giving you guys is valuable too. So. Yeah, the last time it happened was 07 and 08. So. Millionaire, definitely not a millionaire at 26. CT, definitely not, bro. I wish I was, man. When I was 26, dude, I was not a millionaire. I was struggling at 26, man. You know. Not that bad though. Like, it wasn't that big of a struggle, but it certainly wasn't. I wasn't living lavishly, you know. Yeah, I mean, the real path to success really is like multiple streams of income. You know, like again, like I run this YouTube channel. I trade. I know how to program with React and React Native JavaScript programming with like front end, like mobile development mostly is what it is. I'm a real estate agent, licensed and everything as well. And so I've got a bunch of different revenue streams and income streams, and I think that's the key. You know, it's just I think the problem most people do is they get in one job and they just sit on the same job for years and years and years, and that really lowers their ceiling. And that's okay. I think some people want to do that, and that's fine if you want to stay with one job and just kind of do that your whole life. I'm not judging that. I'm really not. Like, allow people to do whatever they want to do. If it makes them happy, I'm all for it. But if you want to have a higher ceiling with regards to what you make, the best path is probably to get a job. You got to have money coming in first, because whenever you have pressure, it kills any type of drive or motivation you have. You know, like burnout is real, and if you're really struggling, burnout affects you so much more. You know, like my channel's thriving a lot right now. Like, my channel's doing great. We're getting thousands of subscribers a month. Like, we're getting, you know, channel's doing great. We got 900 people here right now, so we're doing great here. But it really is hard when it's burnout. I work a lot, like I stream a lot, obviously. It doesn't affect me as much because what I'm doing is going well, like it's successful. Back when it wasn't, it was a struggle. I'd get burnout much more easily. And so burnout is real, especially if you're struggling. And so I think like if I had to start over, I'd get a job. You got to have some income coming in, because if you're not making any money, it's going to be a lot harder to motivate yourself to do things. But as long as you have like backup money coming in, and I know that's not feasible for everybody, but you get a job and then you use that job to try to create other businesses, and you got to take risks. But the truth, it really is something where it's like 6 businesses fail before 1 succeeds. I think that's very accurate. No, I don't live off of my trading. My channel's called Beginner Trading, bro. I don't claim to be an expert. I don't even claim to be a good trader. I'm green on the year in Thinkorswim, if that makes you feel better. But like, I'm not claiming to be anything, man. I don't need to. That's not what we're about. I don't want to be a trading guru out here slagging courses, and like I'd rather just tell people, yo, I'm not an expert. Report data quickly. Really, we're an economic channel. We cover economic data more than anything else. So I mean, I think people see so many gurus that they try to hold me to that guru standard, and I'm not that at all. Again, my channel's called Beginner Trading. We're just kind of a resource for traders. I don't ever take trades beforehand. Somebody said, do you ever take trades off of news like PPI? I don't ever take them beforehand. I'll take trades afterwards and ride the trend. But right now we're kind of choppy and neutral in a lot of different things. So I'm just kind of sitting back waiting. We'll trade the opening bell for sure. Yeah, for sure, Tiny. I get it. Can't worry about what other people making as long as you learn. Yeah, for sure. I mean, some people just get really competitive, I guess, or some weird with other people making money. Instead of getting mad at people making money, try to learn from them, I guess, is the way you should be. What's the hardest part of the process of trading? Dynamite says, so a lot of traders are profitable. Like a lot of traders will make money. So a lot of traders make money in trading, and they make money and they make money and they make money, and they let one lack of discipline day destroy, their trading results. They have one bad day and they might green day. The one red day that happens to them, they're so used to making money the other days that they just kind of let it snowball into an account destroying day. And so that's the hardest part of trading, is limiting your losses when they happen. It's very easy to find profitable strategies in the market. It's not easy to accept a losing day. And it really is something about conditioning, where you have to do the same thing over and over again. It's conditioning through repetition. So you have to do it over and over and over and over again until it becomes second nature. It's like Pavlov and the dogs, classical conditioning. It's the same thing. You just do it over and over and over again. Eventually it becomes easier. You don't have to think about it as much, and you avoid those big L days, but they still happen occasionally. It happens to everybody. That's what I would do, All right, guys. Yeah, so again, we'll see what we get today, guys. I'm waiting for it. All right, guys. So, all right, guys, SPY at 412s. So SPY is dipping down. It's not like a huge drop, though. A lot of stuff is just kind of slow. So we're going to wait for the opening bell and try to trade. Are you in an MLM business? Of course not. MLM businesses are shady. MLM businesses make money by recruiting other MLM sellers. And the problem with them is that, like, people get sold on it. So like if you go ask anybody selling MLM, right? Anybody that sells MLM, this is the reality of it, right? You go ask anybody that does it, pyramid scheme, whatever you want to call it. You go ask anybody that does it, they're going to act like they're wildly successful, regardless of whether they are, because they need to put on that facade of success in order to sell you, right? So you go ask anybody, yo, oh yeah, I'm doing so good. I'm making, $2,000 a week doing what I'm doing now. It's great. And it's like, oh, you are? Well, why are you driving a 1990 Camry out there, man? Oh, well, I just haven't bought a new car. That's what they do. And so the only people that are going to succeed at that are people that have a huge network, but they're burning bridges with their family, like pressuring they're burning bridges. And so people get sold on it, but like nobody makes money. It's like 1% of people make money in multi-level marketing schemes. And if you are in that 1% that make money, you would make so much more money selling your own product or service. Sell real estate, be a realtor. Like if you got a network like that where you're actually making money in MLM, which is incredibly rare, sell something else. Like you don't need to sell that. You could make so much more selling anything else than that, so and everybody else is just, they're not making money. They're just losing money, but they're getting sold a dream. And like, that's just kind of how it goes. Here's the thing to understand is that even if you do build your network up to where you're making money, what's to say that company's even going to be around in a year, And so you might spend all this time building up that, and then they just fail. The company fails. Most of them go out of business within a few years, Like you can look at It Works or, Makeup or, the only one that's still kicking is Herbalife. And, Herbalife is sketchy anyway. But look, I'm not hating on you if you drive a 1990 Camry. And again, I think smart people don't spend money like that. I really do. I think smart people don't spend money like that. And so this is just an example of like my point in all of that was like, I'm not going to judge anybody for driving anything. Again, smart people, the richest, wealthiest people do not wear super like nice clothes everywhere. Like the richest and wealthiest people I know do not wear super nice clothes everywhere. They don't want to be a target. You wear that clothes like that, people target you. All right. They want to just blend in. They do not want to look rich. It's generally the people that there's a common saying, don't try to look rich, be rich. And that's very true. But anyways, the point that I was making is that anybody you ask in an MLM is going to fudge their numbers. Yeah. Listen, people mad. They're like, hey, bro, I drive a 1990 Camry. Do your thing, guys. I'm not mad at that. Oh yeah, dude, that's how it happens, man. Yeah, Disney falling. Yeah, it's all good. Like I said, I'm kind of slowly adding to it as it dips. I'll sit on this for years if I need to. And so it's not something where like Disney being over 95 long term is pretty realistic, I think. And so I can tie my money up for as long as I need to. It's not really something that I'm looking at super closely intraday, except for maybe adding more to it as it dips. Not the ones I know, Victor. I mean, they wear normal clothes mostly. They wear shorts, flip-flops, t-shirts. They might wear, they're not going to wear certain clothes, but the ones I know, they don't, Again, you got to understand, they're looking at it like, hey, like, I don't want to be targeted. Like you're trying to you dress like that everywhere you go. People are going to target you. Yeah, I'm still at PayPal too. We'll see if that bounces back. Were you tempted with Fubo? Nah, Fubo's a mid cap. I really don't like buying mid caps. I think there's too much risk in those because here's an example, right? If you look at Fubo, this is why I don't buy mid caps, right? Look at a lot of the examples of this that we have here. So look at Fubo. Sorry, my headphones are hooked up to my phone. I gotta move that. Let me move this. Let me take a step back. Okay. Unemployment data came in. I'm so confused here. Where did that? I don't know. You are awesome, man. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I've told the story about how I almost got caught in an MLM. It's actually kind of a messed up story. Disney all the way back up to 9530s. But yeah, so the story goes, my wife knew this girl from school that like she hadn't been friends with or known over like a long time. So my wife knew this girl from school that had recently moved to Houston. And like this girl comes here and she this was like early 2010s. And so I didn't have a job, or I had a job at the time, but I was looking for like a day job. I was bartending at the time, but I was looking for like a day job or whatever. What happens is I'm gonna get ready to trade some futures, guys. So we'll leave these stocks up on the right, but we're gonna put our futures up in the middle line right here. So yeah, basically what happened is that what happened is that she's like, oh, I can get you a job. My job makes $400 or $500 a week. And so I'm like, oh, great. And $400 or $500 a week, 10 years ago plus was a lot. It was a lot of money. And so I was like, okay, great. So I show up there and it's a door-to-door multi-level marketing alarm company. So they go door-to-door selling alarms, but it's also like an MLM where if you hire other door-to-door salesmen, you make money off of their sales. It's just some sketchy, weird business model. And so we go there. And like, I immediately am just kind of like, oh no, like what has she brought me to? And that's how they do it. They'll claim to make X amount of money in a week, when really it's like, no, they're not making X amount of money. But that's how they sell you. So I go there and they do their whole pitch and they're like, yeah, we're going to get going. They didn't even vet me. They didn't even background check me. They didn't do anything. They're like, yeah, they do this whole pitch meeting, like Glenn Ross type of meeting, always be closing. And I'm not the biggest salesman type. I'm a real estate agent, but I'm not like a pressuring real estate agent. I'm not about to pressure anybody. And so we go there and they do their meeting and they give me my uniform. And like they're so pressuring to do it that I didn't want to tell them no. And so I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go run to my house and grab some shoes real quick. I'm gonna go run, since we're walking, I'm gonna go grab some shoes. Left, never came back. Still got the uniform shirt to it. I remember I saw it in my closet the other day. Never came back. Never did one door knock, anything like that. Not today. I'm just not getting caught up in that stuff. As soon as I find out it's MLM, I'm just kind of like, all right, y'all wasted my time today. Still don't feel bad. But she got kind of weird and angry with me. But she had this weird story too. I've told this story before. She ended up getting pregnant by some random dude, and then the dude just kind of rolled out. And so she's like 6 months pregnant, finds some other kind of sucker to like be with her while she's 6 months pregnant with another dude's baby. They end up dating, and then he's there when the baby's born, and then his mom pulls him aside and is just kind of like, yo, tells him what every mom should tell him, which is like, dude, get out of there. Is that your baby? No, it's not. Run away from that. Like, get out of there, dude. I'm not saying you can't, adopt or whatever, but, if she's getting with you while she's pregnant, she doesn't like you. She's looking for a dad. Like, that's it, And so the kid just kind of ghosts her. The kid just kind of never shows up again. And she's, distraught over it. She ends up trying to talk my wife into leaving me so she could live in one of our extra rooms. And she kept trying to go to the club and, inviting Carol out to the club. And Carol's married, or whatever, with kids. Like my daughter was young, like a baby. And so Carol's just kind of like, look, I'm married, I got kids. I just don't, I'm not judging anybody that wants to go to the club. Do whatever y'all want to do. Again, but Carol was just kind of like, no, not what really I'm about. And so she was just kind of brutal. She ended up finding another dude and ended up having this random stranger kind of watching her baby while she would go out to the club, probably looking for another guy too. She was just shady, man. She ended up blocking us on everything, probably, and then found some other dude, and now she's married to some other dude. So just predatory is the best way I could describe it. unfortunately. Walgreens, look at WAL. So look at the bank stock WAL. It's breaking over 26. True story, man. True story. Honestly, it's unfortunate too, man. But y'all gotta be careful. Like, she was willing to try to destroy my family just so she could have a place to stay. You know, just bad decisions. Luckily, Carol's not dumb, and like, she was not hot at all. And look, whatever floats your boat. In my personal subjective opinion, I did not find her attractive. So I mean, listen. Buying Disney on the dip. I've already been adding to Disney on the dip. My average on Disney is about $96, so it's not that bad. We're at 95.20 right now, so I'm not really doing that bad. We're like 50, 70 cents away from being green. Hey, what's up, Jason? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the reason she blocked, I'm pretty sure she blocked me because she didn't want me reaching out to her new man and being like, yo. And this was like a Caucasian woman, so, you know, but she didn't want me reaching out to her new guy and being like, hey, this is the girl you married, dude. But I'm not that petty. I mean, I might have been, but, you know, I left it alone. I hope she's happy, you know. I hope he's happy too. I'm not judging. Listen, whatever y'all want to do. But anyways, market's down a little bit. Let's see if we bounce up. Again, the same thing happened with PPI, the last report, where PPI came out. It was lower than expected, and the market dropped. Last month, same thing happened. So we'll see if it happens again. Again, I don't know. This is Quant Tower, Justin. Quant Tower. Hey, what's up, Varen? Yeah, futures, guys. Again, a lot of people should be trading futures. Futures are probably where you want to be in day trading because there's less restriction. There's less red tape. Like, you got to think about it like this, right? To day trade stocks, you need 25K in a margin account to day trade more than 3 times a week. 25,000 you need. No new trader has risk management. So you listen, if you rewind all the way back to 2015 when I first started day trading, and you gave me a $25,000 account, bro, that $25,000 would be gone within like a month, dude. So the PDT rule in that regard is absolutely ridiculous because it just causes new traders to trade way too large versus what they should be. You know, wouldn't it make so much more sense to allow day trading actively in like a $3,000 account? You'd have to trade small. It's only 3K. If you lose your whole account, it's not the end of the world. Definitely not what it would be like if you lost 25K. And so in that regard, the PDT rule is ridiculous. So if you try to day trade stocks, that's what you're going to get hit with. If you want to day trade Forex, you got to get a VPN and do all these gymnastics to kind of get around those restrictions. The futures market, regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange here in the U.S., you can day trade, you can short, you get instant settlement with a margin account. They give you leverage. The futures market is where most day traders should be. Because there's just less red tape. It's what most pro day traders do is futures. And so, yeah, that's probably where y'all should be. Again, and you can day trade the S&P 500. You can day trade currencies in futures. You can day trade, all these different currencies as well. You can day trade the NASDAQ. You can day trade gold, silver. And so it's where most pro traders should be day trading, I think. Now, again, I'm biased in their favor, and one of my sponsors is a company called Top Step. And so, they're a futures-funded program. They give you a demo, and they test your skill. Again, most traders are going to lose these funded programs, but that's kind of the point, is that it's so much cheaper to lose this than put up the money yourself. But if you pass it, you still get 90% of your profit moving forward once you pass it. And so it's kind of the best of both worlds. They're the most legit one in the world. They've been around for over 10 years. They pay out millions, fund thousands of traders a year. Check out the link right here. Again, I'm biased in their favor. They pay me money. I'm a sponsored trader by them, but check them out. There's the link. Hey, what's up? My best from Germany to you. I like your down-to-earth attitude. No illusions, just facts. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it, bro. Imagine if she subscribed to beginner trading. Oh, she would be big mad, Yeah, all good, Justin. No worries, man. Appreciate the support, guys. We need pictures. Nah, not today. Yeah, not today. Not a VPS, not a virtual private server. You need a VPN. Is what you need to day trade forex, because to trade with leverage, anybody that knows forex knows. I mean, you could probably do it on some, but America has almost 400% more IRS than border. I don't know. Stage of perma bears during bulls. It's a bear market rally. Right, 100%. Oh, this is absolutely true. This is the stages of perma bears during bulls. It's a bear market rally. Markets uncoupled from fundamentals. They'll see. The Fed effed me. It's a bubble. Honestly, I hear that stuff all the time. SoftBank's Vision Fund just reported an annual loss of $32 billion, the biggest loss in its history. It's pretty out there. Yeah, Disney's kind of sideways. Yeah, market's up a little bit. Again, the problem with mid caps is that they drop big percentages. This is what I was trying to tell people earlier. Is people said, "Hey, like, did you struggle with Fubo?" No, because Fubo is a mid cap company. Like, think about it like this, guys. All right, like if you want to know what has the great anything else, I'm not talking about day trading. I'm talking about swing trading or investing. Both of those. If you want to think about the stocks that have the greatest chance of destroying any profits you make, destroying your account, if you want to think about the stocks that have the highest likelihood of that, in my opinion, it's mid cap stocks. So why are they the stocks that will do this, that will destroy your accounts? It's because, okay, they're overhyped. People treat them like they're blue chip companies, right? Like think of Peloton, Fubo, BYND, Tilray, like all these mid cap companies that a lot of these small to mid cap companies that people act like they're sure things. These are incredibly speculative, small, young companies. Don't make that much money. And what do you see with these stocks, right? You see them dropping like 70% a year. Like Fubo. Again, here's an example. Here's Fubo at the bottom. Fubo down 75% on the year. You look at PTON. PTON has dropped from $16 or $17 down to $7. Over 50% drop on the year for PTON. Tilray is down from $5s down to $2.75 on the year. I could go on and on, honestly, name so many of these companies, right? But the biggest risk to your account in terms of investing are mid and small cap companies, because most of these are going to fail. But yet people hear like SoFi, or Peloton. People hear these companies, they think they're just going to succeed. Most of the time they're overhyped. So by the time you hear about a lot of these companies like that, they're up too much already. And so you might buy it thinking it's just a sure thing long term. These companies can dump on you quick. And so just be smart with investing. Again, it's going to be much better, in my opinion, at least, to just put your money in blue chips that have been around a long time. Buy Ford. Or I'm not telling you to buy anything. Don't buy Ford. Buy whatever you want to do. Again, not an investment professional. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Ford might crash tomorrow. Okay, but diversify into blue chip healthy companies that have been around for a long time. That's how you keep your money safe in long term. Nothing's always safe, but that's generally what you want to do. Is this report bullish or bearish? Most people would consider it slightly bullish, but it depends on what fears you're looking at. Recession or inflation fears. Hello. Hey, you're on stream. Hello. Hey. All right, sorry, on the phone. Yeah. I do 50-50 blue chips and 50 speculative 50. I think that's wrong. Pew pew. I think that's wrong. Uh, again, I think you got to understand, like, okay, most of the time when you buy mid caps, they're going to fail. You know, like the theory of it should be like, hey, you know, most of these investments, like when you buy a mid or small cap company, you need to understand that you'll probably lose money on that company. Like you're probably going to lose money there. But you know, it's kind of like, but the ones that succeed should compensate some for it. But I don't know if a 50-50 split between blue chips and mid and small caps is going to be right. I would probably leave it with like 90-10 split if it was me personally. It's all risk tolerance. But I think buying up 50% of your portfolio into speculative penny stocks or mid caps is just going to destroy your account regardless of what blue chips do. You know, but again, that's my own thoughts on it. Of course, do whatever you want to do. Yeah, 80-20 is better for sure. And I'm gonna mute the music real quick because I gotta kind of do something here real quick. But all right, guys. So SPY's moving up a little bit. All right, guys. So again, we're watching everything else. We're gonna see it. We're in gold right now too. I hope gold is pulled back a little bit. We're still green on the day somehow though. But again, I'm kind of holding gold as a hedge. I think the E-mini's moving. It's been a pretty good week. I mean, we're green. Here's the month so far, and so we're up like 1,000 on so far this month, and we'll see. All right, guys. So again, Disney moving up a little bit. It's at 95.40. All right, so look at the SPY coming up a little bit. So the SPY is moving up some too. There's the opening bell. So the market opened up here. So the market has opened up. Again, we're going to let it consolidate a little bit first. We got some drops here. And Disney, again, I'm kind of slowly adding up a little bit to this. Gold is moving up a little bit despite all the SPY action here. I'm looking at some of my other positions. Let me see what's PayPal doing. PayPal's down, but it's such a small position there. It's not super influential. But yeah, market's moving down. I'll probably give it a little bit of time to let things consolidate first before I take any huge positions. Spotify. Yeah, I feel you on that. As a SoFi bull, I agree. You never know what. Yeah, 100%. I mean, do what y'all want to do. I'm not trying to talk anybody out of investing in anything. I'm just trying to say, understand like what you're getting involved with. Like a lot of those communities will push like they're just sure things, and they're not. They're not at all. And that's something to truly understand about these. Is like they're certainly not true, like sure things. The logic of investing in them is diversifying into them and understanding you'll probably lose money, but the ones that make money will hopefully compensate for it. But it's definitely not for sure. Uh, all right, guys. So we're dropping down some here. Big pullbacks in the market activity here today, man. Wow. The Fed's Kashkari says that the Fed's 2% inflation target is permanent for the near future. The Fed's united in commitment to 2% inflation. They say that conceivable that once we get inflation down to 2%, we could have a conversation about changing the target. Interesting. Yeah, Disney is dumping down here. So, I mean, we might cut it if it breaks down too much, but I do like the low 90s level. Okay, so Disney reported an increase of price of ad streaming. Again, ad Hulu and Disney Plus, some content removal. Yeah, we unmuted the music. But a big drop here. We're probably just going to sit on this and let it work a little bit. Delta's going to the moon. Yeah, market's dropping down. I'll probably short here too. So I'll short a little bit down here. It's a little bit risky, but I think with the momentum that we got, we could get some movement here. Again, to be fair, I think the SPY was a little bit extended anyway, you know. Getting a little bounce back. Consolidating at the bottom now. All right, so we're right around the low here. We got one contract, so it's not huge. We're going to let this test. Probably going to add a little bit more to Disney at these lows. Give it some time to work. Again, longer term trade, though. The longer we consolidate down here without breaking, though, the less I trust this, to be honest. So, all right, there's the crack. All right, so we're short. Testing this low again. Banks are starting to move back up, though. Again, the longer we consolidate down here, the less I like this. There we go. All right, so we just made about 75. So we caught that breakdown here. That was nice. Where's my P&L? All right, so we did just catch that. Shows my real account. Yeah, so good. All right, so we're up about 75 bucks just now. PayPal breaking down a little bit. We're down like 30 bucks there, so we'll be all right. SoFi breaking down. Walgreens, or not Walgreens, WAL, which is Western Alliance, is consolidating. I'm trading futures right now, so I am trading futures. So this is the E-mini. Every tick up or down, it moves 12.50 per tick. So that's kind of what goes on. Yeah, Disney dropping. And again, like I said, I don't mind the drop. I usually like the low 90 level. And so, like I said yesterday, this is a long-term trade, small position, and I can just kind of let it work. And if it drops down to the low 90s, I'll add to it, and then I'll just kind of sit, which is the plan so far. Disney's got a bunch of Star Wars movies coming out over the next year or two. And so, like I said, this is kind of an investment. If it goes in my favor short term, of course, I'll take some profit to lock it in. But if not, I'll just kind of sit on it and wait. I think that's fine. SPY bouncing back a little bit, but we're obviously still in a bearish trend. I'm going to take one more short here, see if we flush back down to the bottom range real quick. There we go. There's the flush. Not a complete flush, but did test the bottom of the range. Yeah, I mean, if it breaks under like 85, I'll probably cut it, Ryan, you know. All right, so we did get a bounce up. I could have taken profit into it ahead of that, but it's all good. I'll cut this now. So we're down like 75 bucks now. We'll give it some time and let it consolidate first. We just got so much downward action. I think the trend still looks down, and I think the market's extended on the upside too. We're just up so much, honestly, that I think we're just extended on the downside of this, or on the upside longer term. But short term, we might bounce back up some. All right, I'm gonna short up here now. So we took one contract up here. There we go. So we got a little rejection here. Part of me wants to know if I should, I don't know if I should take profit there or not. So I like this move. We're up about 25 bucks. There we go. There we go. All right, so now we're flat on the day, I think now. So we made one trade, lost, one trade, won. Let me see what we're up on the day. Yeah, so we're actually green on the day. We are up about 30 bucks now, so that's nice. I figured we'd come back down a little bit. All right, we're short again. Nice little flush down. So we can get a little bit more. Trying to build up a cushion, and then we'll take some larger size first. A little bit of retracement back up. PayPal's almost back up to green on the day here, so I do have to watch that to see what everything else is. I mean, the inflation data, all right, we'll cut that too. So kind of chopping back and forth. Like, here's my P&L. It might reject here too. Like, that's a possibility, but I got to let the longer term trend play out first, I think. Yeah, I'm in PayPal. We'll see if it makes it move up. My average is 63, so we're doing okay there. PACW got paused on the upside, I hope, right? Is it the upside or downside for PACW? Ooh. So it's on the, it was moving up when it got halted, but it's now down. Oh wait, PACW had earnings this morning? Another short here. Nice little drop. There we go. We're up a little bit here. We're just kind of sitting back waiting. Now we retrace back up. Disney's bouncing all the way back. So that's nice. PACW is halted. It got halted at if it's a news pending halt, it got halted at 39, so it should resume at 44. If it's a news pending halt, it might be halted a little bit longer though. Oh man, I looked the other way. I'm paying attention to too many other stuff, so we'll cut this and just wait. But the market's bouncing back some now too. WAL reaching back up here again. Let's see if I can find the news on PACW. Let me see trading halt codes. Halt is PACW is a LUDP halt, which is a volatility halt, is what this is. So again, LUPD halt is a volatility halt. It's a volatility trading pause, is what it's called. Weird. Western Alliance all the way back up though. So initially bearish action in the SPY, but we're now starting to rebound up a little bit. It's to the point now where I think you could short betting on a downward trend, but I don't know if the trend is really confirmed very much. So just kind of sit back, chill now, I think. Market's heading up though. SoFi looking weak. SPY moving up though. That's nice. AMD's down. Nvidia's down. Amazon's flat. Apple's down. What's dragging the market up right now though? Banks? I mean, some stuff's starting to rebound now. Google ripping up into 120s right now for Google. So SAP and Google Cloud expand partnership to build future of open data and AI for enterprises. So yeah, big Google strength on the company's IO 23 reveal. Google still ripping up. Yeah, so again, PACW should resume in about a minute if it's a 5-minute halt, that is about 1 minute. What futures are you trading? I'm trading the E-mini. Again, I'm trading with a company called Top Step. So if you haven't already, check out Top Step. Again, this is the way you day trade in short with no PDT restrictions in futures. It's what most pro futures traders are going to be doing. Or it's what most pro traders are going to be doing is trading futures because there's no PDT restrictions. You can day trade short the S&P 500, which is essentially what most stocks are moving with in futures without the PDT restriction. And what they do is they give you a demo and they test your skill on Top Step, which is a sponsor of mine. So they test your skill, and if you can hit the target while following their rules, like they give you a 50K demo, if you can hit 3K on that demo without losing over 2K total or $1,000 a day, while following the rest of their rules, and then there's some other rules to follow. If you can pass that testing, they fund you 50 grand, and they pay out millions every year to their funded traders in actual withdrawals, and they fund thousands of traders a year. They've been around for over 10 years, and so they're the most legit. So PACW is back up here. It's at 440s right now for PACW. It is back up to almost 450s right now. So we'll put this up a little bit higher so you can see it. But yeah, banks are rebounding pretty fast. But yeah, if you want to check out Top Step, again, it really is a great way to day trade. You can day trade currencies. So if you're in Forex, futures market's probably where you want to be. You can day trade the S&P 500 and what's called the E-mini, which is what you see me day trade. You can day trade the NASDAQ. No PDT restrictions in futures, and Top Step is the cheapest way to learn. So you can check out the link right there if you want. But look at WAL, Western Alliance, PACW, both ripping up a little bit here, dragging the market back up with it. What is my gold trade doing? Gold is down, but not too much. All right, so we're pulling back a little bit here. Again, Western Alliance just broke over the previous closing price. So WAL is now technically green on the day. So we're technically green on the day for WAL. So that's an interesting dynamic of this. All right, guys. Sorry, business phone call. But yeah, market's turning down a little bit again. We got into a couple trades. I lost a little bit, and so we're just kind of sitting down. PACW is now halted on the upside right now. The market's looking weak though. So the market's looking weak. It's up a lot over the last 6 months, and so again, I've been pretty hesitant to swing trade because of kind of deep extension on the upside. Again, but banks are strong right now, and those are kind of influencing the rest of the market positively so far. What's the Disney PE ratio right now? All right, so Disney here. The PE ratio for Disney actually much higher than I thought it was. So that's the only reason I don't like this. Yeah, I mean, usually I buy up Disney at the low 90s too. But the only reason I'm not going to add more to this right now is because the PE ratio is 50 for Disney. I thought it was better. It must have been based off of their earnings yesterday is what I'm assuming here. So what were their earnings came out yesterday neutral, and that affected the PE ratio, I think. And then one of their positive earnings dropped off some. That's the only reason that I'm a little bit more skeptical about Disney now, based off of their new PE ratio. Yeah, it's at the Boeing factory. All right, so we will short the market now if we get a bounce up. Gonna mute the music for just a second, guys, since I'm kind of editing this video. Take 2 contracts here. We're not going to add any more than this, though. Very close to cutting this. I mean, we took a trade, but the market, Pack W, we're going to cut it. So we're down like 300 on the day. It's not our best day. And so, yeah, we're going to go ahead and cut this. Again, just too much risk. We took a couple swings today. Haven't turned out well. It's been a pretty solid month for my trading. And so I don't want to give too much back. Sometimes, like I said, man, you got to just kind of restrict it to here's the month so far. You got to sometimes restrict your losing days. And I think that's kind of what we're in now, to where I don't want to give too much back to the market. I will scale down to the regular micro E-mini now, which is a little bit safer. For those that don't understand, the micro E-mini and futures is much smaller size. So I can take the same positions here with less risk and not worry as much about it, I think, you know. And so I think that's what we're trying to do now. All right, so this trade actually turned out well. We're going to go ahead and cut a piece of this off. So we took half of it off right there. We'll go ahead and cut the rest of that off. So we just made a little bit back. Not too bad. Uh, Down to something now. So I mean, but again, we're gonna pivot to small size. You know, we're not gonna. All right, so I'm gonna short a little bit more here. All right, so we got 3 contracts at the micro here. All right, so we're consult. Yeah, so again, we're in this moving back up now. Yeah, it might just not be my day, which is all right. Like every day is not going to be a good day. Wait. We're getting a little bit of a bounce back. I was just about to cut it, but I'll let it test a little bit. All right, so getting a little flush. Now we're about flat here. All right, so now we're slightly in the green. All right, so we are testing the low here. I don't want to. Again, it's one of those days where I'm not having the biggest edge, and that's all right. Again, some days my strategies are just not going to work, and some days they're going to kill it. Profitable trading is about learning when it's not working, and that's all right. That's what we're working on now. You know. All right, so we get slightly green. And all right, so we're moving back up. Again, I'm not taking huge size. All right, so slightly in the green again. Again, Pac West, man, that thing is flying up right now, flying up. Again, so we are green on this trade now. Again, I'm trying to give it time, but look at WAL, PACW. Banks are ripping right now. I don't know how weird it is. I mean, again, last time we had PPI was the same thing. Yeah, slightly green here. I'll let it test. All right, so back up again. We've been in this range now for like 10 minutes, so I just want to let the market work a little bit and not like push too heavily. But you know, again, we'll give it time. All right, so back up again. And obviously, this isn't going to make or break my account, guys. All right, so we're back up. And I'm going to cut it now. Look at WAL though, man. So WAL flying up, PACW flying up. The SPY bouncing back a little bit. All right. So Big rejection here. We'll take another trade, but again, we're taking small trades. These are like $15 trades, which is kind of a good move if you don't want to risk too much and, you know, you're down on the day. Scale down your size, take small trades, even if they're relatively insignificant, you know, kind of get your foot wet without taking on a lot of risk. And we can just see when the momentum starts swinging back in our favor. Let me find this here. There we go. All right, so we get the music playing here. I don't think it's manipulation. I think the market's probably just a little bit extended on the upside. You know, like I think that's probably what's going on. Again, I don't think it's necessarily manipulation. I think the market's just up a lot right now. I think the market's up a lot over the last like 6 months to a year. Or not a year, but the market's up a lot over the last like 6 months. And so I think that's kind of like what we're experiencing now with all this, you know, is I think the market's up a lot over the last 6 months, and so we're just kind of correcting a little bit relative to where we were, and it's not like a huge shock in all honesty. So we're starting to break down here. I'll take a little bit off down here at the lows and then let like one contract ride. Again, this is all small size. Slightly green. Again, banks are strong. Everything else is kind of weak, though. You know, like banks are strong. Everything else kind of weak. Look at PACW. Is it still halted? The last time this was halted was 8:55. So this should resume right now. So let's watch for PACW's resumption and see if this impacts everything. Yeah, again, tech is down, but banks are up. That's why the market's moving. Look at this. Okay, so PACW is back, and now it's dropping down some. Look at this. But it's so volatile right now, man. Y'all just be careful. We had big downward movement, and we've been consolidating for like 15 minutes now. PACW started to test highs, though, so it did resume. It was a 5-minute halt. So it is back now. Yeah, Disney down to like 92s. So like I don't mind sitting on this down here at the low 50s or the low 90s. But the market's just so choppy. Like what's going on? Like we're getting it's a little bit of both. It's both banks. It's both banks and so banks are going up, tech is going down. That's why we're sideways over the last like 10 minutes because banks are up, tech is down. But right now, this little edge is just nothing. So we'll just kind of hang out here and let it sit. right, guys. So I'm gonna put on music again. But yeah, we're if you haven't noticed, like we're pretty quiet right now. I just don't see any huge edge in terms of like markets so far. So we're just kind of sitting quiet, sitting back. What's PayPal doing? PayPal's actually doing okay, so I guess I'll let that trade ride here a little bit. Um, all right, so let me see. Okay, the music's still halted, so bear with me. I gotta do pun intended, I guess. All right, so now we're moving down. Right, so we're testing the bottom of the range, but you see the up wicks and down wicks. All right, so bear with me, guys. We're gonna do a short. Any of you guys are like real estate agents? Let me refresh. There we go. Back up again. Should be good. All right. All right, so we're back up again. Again, going back and forth. Just be careful. Again, the reason we're going back and forth, guys, is the reason we're going back and forth is because tech is down, banks are up, but now banks are dropping a little bit. Yeah, again, I'm buying up Disney at the bottom here, but again, I'm not telling you guys what to do. I don't know what you should do. Just be careful. All right, so back down, choppy, guys. Look at this price action. All right, we're back down. PayPal is kind of sideways right now. PACW at fives again, so banks. All right, guys. So we're gonna publish this video. All right, yeah. If you want to do me a favor, help support the real estate channel. We just did a short, The Big Short. Hey, bro, it's a great movie, dude. I think I love Friday. Smokey, Friday's one of my favorite movies. Honestly, I used to watch it when I was young a lot. I like next Friday too, with Day Day. But All right, Disney bouncing back up a little bit. Again, y'all do me a favor. Go watch this short right here. So this is a short on our real estate channel. Again, we put the short up right there. Y'all go check it out. It's a short on our real estate channel. Do me a favor. Subscribe to the real estate channel if you can. Like, we just started it. Of course, I'm a real estate agent. I always try to tell people, like, I'm a real estate agent. There is kind of my data right there. I am a real estate agent. So, go help subscribe to the real estate channel. We appreciate it. Look at Disney bouncing back, though. Disney bouncing back. Market's pretty flat and stagnant right now, though, guys. So again, like, we lost a little bit, but again, if anybody is worldwide, really, if you are interested in buying or selling a house, we do have a team that will look up good closers in your area, and we can refer you to them. It's completely free. It doesn't cost you anything. We can research the best agents, the highest closers in your area, and refer you directly to them. If you're in Texas and you want a realtor that'll talk trading with you, I'm here. You can hang out with me if you're in my area, at least in the Woodlands or Houston. So give me shoot me an email. I'm not going to give you guys my phone number, but shoot me an email. And if you're legit, I'll call you. beginnertrading@gmail.com. If you need a mortgage broker, check out Apply with Ben. And go check out that video, guys. The video is, again, we put it in chat. It's live right here. Yeah, The Big Short, great freaking movie, dude. I remember watching it like over and over and over again. Watching it over and over again. So, great movie. Not getting the help I need. Well, I'm not trying to help you, man. I mean, listen, I'm not going to give you any picks, again, y'all can do whatever y'all want there. My job's not to help everybody. Like, I'm just kind of putting out free information. If y'all want to learn from it, great. If not, no worries, but I think people lose, and I think one thing that new traders do a lot is, like, they lose money. And then when they get frustrated, they're just kind of pointing fingers at everybody else. They're blaming me. They're blaming, whomever, right? When you really mature as a trader, you start to understand if y'all got into some dumb trades, that's y'all's fault. It ain't my fault. It's your fault. It's only your fault. And once you start being accountable for your trades, that's when you really start growing. I'm down today too. So today's just not really a super easy day, I would say, especially like the last 20 minutes have been completely flat and sideways. So y'all just be careful. And again, if you want to check out Top Step, great way to help support the channel. Sugarland's close enough if you want to buy or sell a home, But yeah, if y'all have, like I said, if y'all are needing real estate, just email me at beginnertrading@gmail.com. Sugarland's not that far from me. But yeah, market's getting a little bit of a bounce back. It's been kind of sideways. Yeah, whole week's been a little off. But, tomorrow we do have some stuff. Yeah, Disney bouncing back up. We're watching it. PayPal's bouncing back up as well. But yeah, if you haven't already, like I said, check out Top Step, funded account program for futures, where they give you a demo. They test your skill. If you can hit the target on the demo while following their rules, they fund you. Like I said, most new traders are going to lose day trading. Top Step and funded account programs like it are really the antidote to that, right? They limit your risk. If you can pass them, you still keep 90% of your profit moving forward. And if you pass it, if you get good enough to pass it, you probably do well. Regardless, which is nice. So it really teaches you how to trade. There's a ton of resources. They've got like their trade IQ that allows you to build rules for yourself and then follow the rules, and it'll alert you if you break them. But most people are going to fail. But again, check out the link in the description if you're interested in checking that out. You can also check out Chart Prime. Chart Prime is another sponsor of mine. Again, they both, I'm biased in their favor because they pay me money, of course. And so I'm naturally going to be biased in their favor because they pay me money. But Chart Prime, really cool, honestly, really cool. So, like, number one, it's a trading view indicator service. So you can use it in stocks, crypto, Forex, futures, really whatever you want to use it on, you can use it. And again, it's just powerful, I think. Like, I like using a 5-minute chart. I think a 5-minute chart is probably my favorite way to use these charts. But they give you reversal signals. And again, you can use them in stocks, crypto, Forex, futures. If I put them up here, let me add the indicators real quick and show you guys what I mean. So if you add these indicators here, they're surprisingly accurate. Again, I can't guarantee you're going to make money. They are purely just custom indicators is what this is, but they're really cheap, right? They're really cheap. Like, look at all day yesterday. Like, these are yesterday's trades, right? Like, look at these. This was yesterday, right? This is a 5-minute chart. You get the reversal down and the bearish engulfing candle. Look at the drops you get afterwards. And I can't fake this. These don't repaint either. These show up within 1 to 2 candles usually after, after the signal, they show up. The signals show up within 1 to 2 candles after, they get notification. Huge bounce, right? Big drops. Same thing here. Big drops. And again, I can't fake that. That's all yesterday's price action from Chart Prime. And so they were almost 4 for 4. Again, you can keep looking at them. Look, possible reversal up bounce, possible reversal down drop, reversal up bounce. Again, I also love finding multiple showing up together at once. Like if you get like a hammer candle or engulfing candle like this and the reversal up signal, they're usually pretty accurate. Again, I can't guarantee they're going to work. They're just custom signals. So it's just kind of like custom VWAPs. They have custom VWAPs, couple custom trend lines, but you can use them on any time frame too. Stocks, crypto, Forex, futures. Again, I could look at a 1-hour chart, which is another one of my favorite things to use. This is like longer term for swings and stuff like that. These can be really useful as well if you check them out. Let me add this to it. So this is a 1-hour chart. We can put that up here and then put these up. And there's so many. Look, there's the oscillator. You can put up chart patterns, and so they'll show you like flag patterns, all that good stuff here too. But like, look, this is an hourly chart here. So like, look, reversal up. Again, the true edge, in my opinion, is when multiple show up together at once. When you get a bullish or bearish engulfing or hammer candle and the reversal up signal, look at that. Nice little bounce. And for the price of it, I think it's still 45% off. You can use promo code CP45, get 45% off. It's still very cheap. It's like 30, 35 bucks a month for that. And so I think the edge it gives you is pretty profound for that. But again, I can't guarantee anything. Of course, they pay me money. I'm biased in their favor. That's called Chart Prime. There's the link. You can also find the link in the description, team, if you haven't checked it out yet. But yeah, that's it for today, guys. Again, help support your boy here in the real estate channel we got going on. Again, if you haven't already, check out the real estate video. Here's a video where they're detailing new mortgage rules that will be good for the mortgage and real estate market. If you want to check out the video is right here. Check it out. Give me a subscribe on the real estate channel if you haven't yet too. Genuinely helpful, guys. Genuinely helpful. So again, if you could watch that video, check it out. Again, great way to help support the channel. We definitely appreciate it. And yeah, give your boy a subscribe. Right now, we're at 56 subscribers. I'm really trying to hit 100 subs if we can. So I would love to hit 100 subs on the real estate channel. But again, good luck, guys. Y'all be safe. Y'all be good. Market's kind of crappy for me today. I'm not really making money today. And so I'm going to bow out of the day and just kind of hang out. But yeah, y'all be safe. Y'all be good. We'll see you guys a little bit later.